Okay, I think we're on.
I'll support that.
Ready? Okay, we are rolling. Today is Tuesday, December 17th, and this is the Commissioner's Work Session. And up first, we're going to skip on to the Holy Cross Energy Board letter that Kara is presenting on.
Sure. Kara Silverknuckle in the manager's office. So just to give you guys a little bit of background, with our broadband initiative, we have continuously been working with Holy Cross Energy, and we learned last fall that Holy Cross Energy has gone out to work with a consultant and look at the possibility of using its own assets to provide broadband. And so at their January 15th meeting, the board of directors will be seeing the results of that analysis. Oh, sorry. We'll be seeing the results of that analysis, and the staff recommendation coming out of that is actually for Holy Cross Energy to move forward and pursue essentially build out of their infrastructure and look at providing broadband. We don't know where the board will land, but based on all the conversations we've had over the years, we are supportive of obviously them providing broadband and how we can partner together. So this is a letter of support for the board of directors for their consideration.
Questions, comments?
Yes, this letter is good, and I think we should support it. We've been talking about it for a long time.
This would be fantastic.
Is there anything else you need to know?
The only other thing is if you guys know of any of the board of directors, to reach out to them as well if you have personal contacts. I believe Gypsum has so far Gypsum, City of Aspen, and Town of Basalt have also all submitted letters. So there's broad support.
Excellent. You know, what's the utility down in southwestern Colorado that was doing this?
It's DMEA Electric, and then they created their own subsidiary of Elevate is the broadband provider.
Right. It made so much sense to me. I was always kind of wondering why weren't we doing this, and so it's great to see this as a possibility.
And this is all on the heels of a Senate bill that I'm not going to remember the number of right now from last year that enables them to use those easements. So that was kind of the launching pad for this.
Easement, right. Well, I'm in support of it. Kelly?
Just a question with a quick glance to this letter. Is there any comment in here just about encouraging affordable pricing?
No, but we can add that. It's a
good idea.
That's a great point. Thank you.
Okay,
Right.
good question.
And if you guys have other edit, I know this was handed out very with not a lot of time to review. So if any of you have additional edits, we just need to get it in before the end of the year. So.
Okay, before the end of the year?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll have a chance to take a look.
Yeah.
'Cause I want to read it again.
Yeah,
Excellent.
absolutely. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
That was too quick. What else you got?
Well, she's not even on at 3:45.
So Greg, we do actually have our speaker for the grant request
Oh,
for,
great.
for
Oh,
Healthy Rivers and
Natalie.
Streams. So.
Welcome. Fantastic. You flew.
Whoops. I just got my recipe for roasted potatoes for Christmas Eve.
Sounds good.
They are really good. My brother-in-law just sent me my Christmas Eve recipe.
Lisa, you're joining her
Yep, I'll let her.
on the hot
I was
seat.
just
I will
going to
let
say
her
it's not
present,
working,
though.
but
It's
it
pretty
is.
technical. Okay. One question, do you have screens in front of you, or would you?
We do have
share
one
the
big screen right here. So
Oh, you
yeah,
do.
we can
Thank
see
you.
one right in front of you. If we're looking at your feet, that's
Okay.
what it is.
Wonderful. So, I guess this is just Windows Explorer. Yeah.
I don't know if it plugs in there. Does it,
Oh, no, we're good.
never plugged it in there.
We learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers and Streams program for Picken County, and today I am joined by Natalie Collar of the School of Mines and Wright Water Engineers. Natalie is going to present a grant request that the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board heard at their September 18th regular meeting. We had 2 grant requests this fall, and she was the only one that was recommended for approval. And since it's over $5,000, it comes to the county commissioners for authorization. It's a little technical, so I'm going to let Natalie take this one over. So if you have any other questions, feel free to ask me afterwards, but I will let Natalie take it from here.
Great,
Welcome,
thank
Natalie.
you. Thank you so much for having me. Thanks for the opportunity to drive up to Aspen. The drive was beautiful, and I apologize for my delay. Didn't know there was road work in Idaho Springs, so if you are going east in the next few days, plan for an extra hour around Idaho Springs. But I'm here today representing Right Water Engineers and the Colorado School of Mines. We submitted a joint proposal on August 30th to Lisa and her colleagues, and we're so thrilled that we got the opportunity to speak with the Healthy Rivers Board on September 19th. One just word of thanks to communities like yours that do put effort, time, and money into the protection of natural and built resources. I highly value that, and that's one reason why we did approach Pitkin County versus another funding mechanism for money to start out what we think of as a really important project that I'm excited to tell you more about today. And a couple more words before I begin. Thank you to two of your staff members at Pitkin County, one being Lisa. You've been so wonderful to work with. She's so pleasant. If you ever want to come to Denver, we would have a job for you at Right Water. You're one of those people that makes interactions really easy, and I appreciate that.
Headhunting.
And also Catherine Berg, she's an engineer.
she's
Catherine Berg Christoph in your planning and zoning department. Catherine used to work for Right Water Engineers.
That's right.
And we miss Catherine. She's a wonderful engineer, but she left to serve your community, and she's been a really great contact for us in Pitkin County. So we appreciate her helping us keep a relationship.
Didn't we have her first and send her to you, and then she came back to us?
I believe you had her
We're
first.
keeping her.
And she
now,
was on the
just-
river board.
And she was on the river.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
too.
Well, I was hoping to see her today. I see she's not here. But she has been helping Right Water with a project that we're currently participating in, and I'll tell you about that in just a slide or two. So I'm going to talk to you today about a post-fire best management practice literature review, and this is to lay the foundation for a product that would be a database compiling information on best management practices to employ after a fire. There's major hydrologic alterations that can occur after a fire burns a watershed, and so we'll be talking about what aggregating data can mean for users on the ground after a fire is experienced. A quick preview of the agenda, a little introduction about myself and Right Water and Colorado School of Mines, just the necessary background on a product that Right Water has been housing, managing, and operating for 30 years. That's the impetus for a post-fire BMP database. It's called the International Stormwater BMP Database. I'll be talking about my proposed work to you today, of course, and how that relates to your county, and then a few words on next steps and questions and answers. So I've been with Right Water for 4 years. Right Water is a group of approximately 50 engineers, scientists, hydrologists, geologists. We have an office in Glenwood Springs. We have had a long relationship with this part of Colorado. Representative clients would include Basalt Water and Sanitation District, Snowmass Water and Sanitation District, Aspen Ski Company, private landowners, Pitkin County, City of Aspen, etc. I have a bachelor's and master's from the University of California, Santa Barbara. My bachelor's was in biology. My master's was in water resources science. I focused in watershed mechanics, and that set me up really well to work as a hydrologist and scientist for Right Water Engineers. One brief word on a project that we're working on now under the auspices of Catherine and her colleagues is a pre-event, post-fire hazard mitigation study. So this is kind of on the cutting edge of looking at what we can do before an event to plan appropriately in the event that a fire does occur. The impetus for this project was, of course, the Lake Christine fire that occurred in 2018 that you're all familiar with. After that fire, Pitkin County approached Right Water Engineers because we do have some expertise in post-fire hydrology, and they said, help us pick some representative watersheds that may have vulnerable infrastructure at the mouths of those watersheds. What can you do to help us plan for the changes that we might experience in our landscape after a fire? Mostly revolving around the potential for debris flows and where a debris flow may run out or deposit on the landscape, and how you can appropriately plan for managing the volumes of water and material that might come off of the landscape. So that's been a fun project. We just submitted our first draft of our final report to Catherine last week. I am a PhD student at the Colorado School of Mines. It's been interesting to go back. I'm much older than your typical PhD student, but I do come with more wisdom, so I'm appreciating my experiences there so far. I just finished my first semester. I just found out on the drive here that I passed my classes this semester, so that's great. And I'm working under Dr. Terry Hogue. She's internationally renowned for her work in disturbance hydrology. So she looks at post-fire hydrology. She looks at the impacts of urbanization to the receiving water, something that should be near and dear to the hearts of those on the Healthy Rivers and Streams Grant Board. Their mission, investigating catchment responses to wildfire and urbanization, hydrologic snow process modeling, remote sensing, etc. And that's why I'm working with this particular group. So stepping more into the relevant topic for why I'm here today, Right Water Engineers started the International Stormwater BMP database in 1996, and this is in parallel to the type of database I'm talking to you about today. So back in 1996, managing the water that fell from the sky during a storm and managing it appropriately such that we aren't overwhelming our storm sewers, for example, or loading contaminants into our waterways. It required data to be aggregated about what types of best management practices engineers and practitioners can install to mitigate increased runoff volumes during storms. And Right Water Engineers, in concert with Geosyntec, approached EPA. They approached several federal agencies in search for funding. They ended up drumming up some money and started aggregating what little data there was back in the early 1990s. Fast forward 30 years, this is a product that's widely used. And when I say product, I mean it's a platform that's available for practitioners and researchers alike online to access. It's free, and it compiles performance data for what stormwater looks like in terms of volume and contaminant loads upstream of a best management practice and downstream, so that we can quantify the efficacy of a particular practice. So if you're a homeowner and you're installing a large, let's say you're going to turn your front yard into a paved driveway instead of something that's more porous, you could approach the Stormwater BMP database and determine what the impacts of putting an impervious surface on your particular property would be, as opposed to the pervious surface that you had before. So the BMP database has been renowned. It's well used. The purposes of the BMP database per our website, the overall purpose of the project is to provide scientifically sound information to improve the design, selection, and performance of BMPs. Continued population of the database and assessment of its data will ultimately lead to a better understanding of the factors influencing BMP performance and help to promote improvements in BMP design, selection, and implementation. Now, once you start compiling data that tells you about the efficiency or efficacy of certain practices, we can start running statistical tests on data that can evaluate trends and, again, efficacy, what works for your particular environment and what does not. The types of reports that we've published and others from the International Stormwater BMP database include guidelines on BMP performance monitoring. So before we published guidelines on how to collect and report performance data, it was chaos. There was no way to properly assess and evaluate how effective your particular suite of practices were. Some representative publications. Sorry about that.
So you have contributors to this database from all over the world, I assume.
Great question. We do. So that this would be capitalizing on, I'll say, not crowdfunding, but crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing. Right. So anyone that would follow our guidelines on how to collect data and provide it would be performing or providing data, because of course the more data you have, the more scientifically significant or robust your analyses can be. So we've done things like refining expectations for urban stormwater BMP performance in the Chesapeake Bay. The Chesapeake Bay was well known for eutrophication, for extreme pollutant loads, and it's now been removed off of certain total maximum daily load requirements as put forth by the EPA, and that's largely because we knew what we were doing after 20 years of compiling data, and we used the right practices to mitigate runoff. Just a couple more words until I move on to the post-fire BMP database. The final report is a summary statistics report published in 2016. One word to WRF, the Water Resources Foundation, actually now owns the International BMP database, but Right Water manages and operates it. And in 2016, we were able to look at all of the data that had been submitted thus far and again perform robust statistical analyses to talk about efficacy of pollutant removal. We provided hypothesis testing results to indicate which BMPs demonstrated statistically significant differences in influent and effluent concentrations. So what's in the water upstream of a practice and what's downstream. We synthesized national BMP performance research that can be used for comparative purposes for local BMP studies or to support local planning efforts. So its impacts have been far-reaching. Just for the sake of time, I'll speed up a little bit here, but some more statistical methods. So I included this slide to show you that we have expanded the BMP database in the past, and it's been successful, mostly to capture the same types of information, but in different contexts that the stormwater BMP database did. So we've expanded to include performance data on stream restoration practices. When I mean stream restoration, I mean if you have a stretch of river through your community or maybe on your private property and you're trying to assuage an eroding stream bank from falling into the stream because it's loading pollutants into your water or total suspended solids, which is a true pollutant. We can absorb contaminants to TSS. Then there are practices you can do which would mitigate the impacts to the receiving water or the vice versa. That'd be the type of data we compile in the stream restoration database. We also have an agricultural BMP database. An example of an agricultural BMP, you may choose to not allow cattle that are grazing to access an eroding riverbank because that, again, loads sediment into your receiving waters. So post-fire BMP database, what I'm talking about is a database that looks at what are people doing on the ground now after a fire to reduce the hydrologic impacts imposed by the fire on the landscape? So when we burn soils and we remove vegetation, then we do a lot of things. We decrease what we call initial abstraction in hydrology. So we decrease the amount of water that trees will catch on their leaves, and that does two things. So it reduces the amount of water evaporating up into the air, and it reduces the slowing down of raindrops as they approach soil. And if you have bare denuded soil and a raindrop hits it, then you're going to detach a soil grain and move it downstream with runoff. We're also developing what we call hydrophobic soils. So when you burn plant matter, vegetative matter, then we combust and volatilize waxy organic material. And that's essentially going to follow a really steep temperature gradient during the fire. It's going to condense somewhere below the subsurface, and those waxy hydrophobic materials will coat soil grains and create a hydrophobic soil layer somewhere below the surface of the soil. So when water falls, we now have more sediment being mobilized, and we have less water allowed to infiltrate because we have hydrophobic soils. And that causes major changes, not only that implicate water supply managers in the long run. If we're decreasing evapotranspiration, that's a big deal because in certain parts of the United States, ET makes up 60 to 70% of the water budget. So that means the amount of water that falls from precip, 60% of it should be returning in a functioning landscape back up to the sky. That water gets turned into runoff, and that can carry not only the water itself, but sediment downstream. And we have major implications when we have people encroaching into otherwise or before now wild landscapes that maybe had fires and debris flow cycles, but that was okay up until 100, 200 years ago when we started moving into the wildland-urban interface. So I'm going to show you some photographs that I took in Santa Barbara. A really seminal job for me was looking at what occurred in Montecito, California after those devastating debris flows in early 2018. We had 23 people die during those debris flows. It was a debris flow that was triggered at 4 a.m. in the morning. It was unfortunately from a really intense pulse of rainfall just weeks after the Thomas Fire was extinguished. And I have some photographs. This is from the top of the watershed looking down. So you see burnt vegetation. And slopes are steep there, but when I've actually went to school in Santa Barbara, and I don't ever recall looking up in the mountains and being concerned about a debris flow.
My nephew lives in Montecito with
Does he?
his wife and 4 children. They live right around the corner from Westmont, so I'm very familiar with the tragedies that
Yeah.
happen there. And I have a niece in Hollister Ranch, so at the other end.
Wow, lucky them.
Yeah, I know.
Except for if they were
They're
there on that day.
caretakers. They're not owners.
Yeah. Okay.
But so thank you. This is kind of hits home for me.
Yeah. So when we burn landscapes, we start getting erosional features showing up that wouldn't otherwise. We see rilling and gulling. You can actually see sediment that was deposited during an earlier rainstorm. This is me looking down at this canyon from the top. And in Montecito, this is taken from a helicopter, but in Montecito we had, it was actually just a really sad event because it was so, the loss of life was so preventable if we had understood, first of all, the power of what can happen after a fire, but also what to do about it, where to appropriately draw evacuation lines. What is the true geologic hazard and how do we predict where it goes? We could have prevented a lot. Of the 23 people that died that day, 19 of them were living in an area that was not under mandatory evacuation orders, simply because the local agencies didn't understand the maps that they were reading from the scientists. And that's a major, that just is really showing the major disconnect between science and between the practitioners out in the field making decisions for their citizens.
What campus is that?
That is Montecito. I don't know what's to the left. It's probably a private tennis club.
Okay.
This is right where 192 crosses San Isidro. Actually, Oprah's house is so visible from Google Earth that I don't see it now.
That's
so I'm not sure where we are. Fun fact, if you look on Google Earth, you can see Oprah's house. That's like the first thing you can see if you're looking at Montecito from Google Earth. So anyways, debris flows can be devastating. This is on the ground, what it looks like when we have material depositing in the floodplain. When you get a lot of material in your water, you actually increase the buoyancy that water has and its capability for carrying rocks. We can have rocks the size of buses that get carried down. Pretty devastating. So not only do fires implicate the built landscapes, but they also, of course, implicate our natural waterways. When we have increased transport capacity, then we increase the amount of sediment making its way into waters. This is in Colorado. This is not in Montecito
the
anymore.
Pioneer Reservoir, isn't it?
I actually don't know which reservoir that is. I got this from High Country News.
Yeah, it looks like Paonia.
Yeah.
But the point here, we see active dredging. We have real implications to reservoir holding capacity after fires. This is, example of some worst case scenarios, but I think it's important to understand and try to mitigate the changes that occur during fire. Of course, it can greatly impact aquatic biology, aquatic ecosystems. When we have fires, they also mobilize not only sediment, but all of the chemicals and synthetic materials that are in homes and buildings that burn, industrial waste, those get mobilized during a fire. They can adsorb to sediment and also get transported downstream. So the post-fire BMP database is going to capitalize on information that we've gleaned as a company and gleaned from expertise around the country that we've developed relationships with some of these entities that perform post-fire BMP mitigation. And what we do is we go out in the landscape and we say, where are we standing? What's around us? How steep are our slopes? What kind of soils are underlying this area? What are the values at risk? How accessible are these areas? We're not going to promote using one type of technique if you can't even get back to the watershed to install it, right? So there's a bunch of factors to consider about where you are and what your environment says you can do. And then, of course, there's a suite of measures that we can choose from. But one major piece of information missing from the literature is, again, how efficient and effective are certain technologies. And that's because there is a total lack of compiling performance data on post-fire best management practices. So the first phase of building a BMP database would be performing the literature review, and that literature review sounds so mundane, but it's a big part of where we start building a tool like this. So, of course, before we even talked about starting a BMP database, we had to go into the literature and make sure there was data. There were data now to start compiling and performing analyses on, and there is. But I don't want to fool you. If you do vote to provide me funding, I won't have a database for you that can answer any number of questions in just a few months. It requires compiling data, it requires setting expectations and guidelines for researchers that are performing case studies. And that's what this money would go towards. Performing the literature review, writing the guidelines and guidance for practitioners and researchers to follow so that we can continue building an effective product. So I'd be performing this literature review. I just include this slide. I'm not sure if you get a copy of these slides after the presentation, but it does outline what the literature review phase looked like for the agricultural BMP database. If you're interested, you can go back and review that. Same with conclusions and next steps. Just as a reminder, of course, I did acknowledge the goals of your Healthy Rivers grant when filling out this proposal. I've spent many of my own hours on this effort. I've not got paid for any part of that. Right Water Engineers, I'm anticipating a question about why you would possibly give funding to a for-profit company. That's a question that I received from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. But let me tell you, we would not be making any money off of this project. The amount of hours it actually takes to put something like this together would far exceed the number of hours that we're asking for funding. The BMP database, the stormwater BMP database, has been a labor of love for 30 years. We've been committed to it. We have chaperoned it and managed it through times where we had no funding, through times where we had funding from multiple sources. And that's because we're dedicated to the furtherance of sound science and engineering. That's what this project would be doing as well. A couple more words on project management and budget. You all got this included in my proposal, but I would be managed by my supervisors at Right Water Engineers, John Jones, Andrew Earls, and Jane Clary. Jane Clary manages the Stormwater BMP database. She's wonderful. John Jones he's our chief executive officer. I work with him very closely. And Andrew Earls is up in Pitkin County frequently because he is a guru in post-fire hydrology. One more word just at the budget and the fact that it's rolling through Right Water. I have guaranteed that I would match any hours that I was actually funded through Right Water if this money is provided by hours that's funded through the Colorado School of Mines through my PhD. I would be rolling this into my dissertation. I will be, whether it's funding through this mechanism or another, but I see about a third of my dissertation focusing on post-fire BMPs, and that's something that I hope to carry with me into the future after my PhD is done, of course. So next steps: post-fire BMP database, developing, monitoring, and reporting protocols, building the database, as said, integrating it into the International BMP database platform. That is a brand that's well known already, and we would, of course, capitalize on that. And that concludes my presentation. So thank you so much for your time, and I welcome any questions.
That was a lot. It was data rich.
Sorry.
You did it. You
I
cranked
just
right
tried
through
to
it.
drum it in there as fast as I could.
Thank you. Steve?
Well, one thing I noticed, well, first of all, thanks for your presentation.
That's great.
It's very interesting to me, and all of us have seen the effects of the Lake Christine fire and realize the potential importance of all the work that you're doing here.
Right.
I notice on your colleagues that, and I was wondering about it, that Jane Clary is getting paid less per hour than the two men on the thing. And I was like, what's the reason for that? Then I see on their credentials that the other two are PhDs and I think have maybe more education. But Jane Clary had her name on all the different resources in that one. So it seems like her work is
For-profit versus
just
nonprofit
as
world.
just as valuable.
Yeah, men
but
versus women
perhaps
world,
it's
so we won't go
because
there.
that's just their professional rate at Right Water Engineers that they're being paid that rate per hour. Is
Yeah. That's a really good observation. I'd say that one response to that would be that Jane Clary is serving right now as a Water Quality Control Commission for the state of on the Water Quality Control Commission for the state of Colorado. So she's actually just an hourly employee right now, and so she's not serving any roles within Right Water. So John is our chief executive officer, and Andrew is one of our vice presidents. So I think that heightened billing rate also comes along with increased presence in the administrative side of our company. But Jane's a wonderful mentor. I'm lucky to have her.
So we would support a raise for Jane. I agree with that. Tell her we said that.
Also, a second question, a lot of your permanent solutions were physical barriers and debris flow basins and different structural kind of things. Just
Right.
a little bit of it had to do with the spraying the mix on the ground to get some seeds growing.
Right.
And I always thought that the permanent solution is to get vegetation growing on the ground so that the roots will hold the soil. And I was just surprised by that in that one chart you had for.
Right. Well, it completely depends on where you are for what the practice that would be appropriate or the suite of practices. The permanent solutions, for example, in Southern California, they have huge debris basins that protect infrastructure downstream. They always know that the debris basin is going to be there. It doesn't predicate upon money being drummed up right after the fire to mobilize helicopters if it's not accessible to spray hydromulch, for example. So there are scenarios where physical barriers, check dams, rock nets are the appropriate solution for whatever the risk is. But of course, it depends on the size of the watershed. The thing is, it's so expensive to spray hydromulch. And we know now that you can spray hydromulch on slopes that are steeper than 60%. But for a long time, we thought that you couldn't, and that you could only apply hydromulch from a vehicle. So you can't, if you have a 9 square mile watershed, it's just not viable or practical to pay the money for hydromulch. I would just say it depends on where you are. And there's certain scenarios where there's almost nothing you can do because the burn severity was so intense that you're going to mobilize sediment regardless of which practices you employ. And so perhaps the best case scenario there is appropriate risk messaging, letting your citizens know that if there is an intense rainstorm that's on the forecast, that it's time to evacuate. But those are the types of questions that we need more data to help answer when you make those decisions where you draw those lines.
My final question would be how we could apply this to before the fire happens. For instance, we did the whole Smuggler Mountain management plan on multiple agencies' land right here next to Aspen, where it was some vegetation thinning and different controlled burns were done on part of it and various things. Would your literature review compare those different kinds of pre-treatments that are being done in various places?
Another great question. You're right. It's not just after the fire, but is there anything you can do before the fire to thin the forest, for example? And we haven't concluded on that yet, just because I'm not sure about the wealth of data for pre-fire installation. That's something that our company hasn't focused on, so I'm not as versed in that. But I do think if there's appropriate amounts of data, then we would include pre-fire moves or data sets into our database. I mean, one of the most pressing things and that we can do, one of the most effective things we can do as communities is the pre-event mitigation planning. So if you have all of the equipment procured or at least contracted before the fire, then you're not hustling to procure that equipment in the days or weeks following a fire. And we have heightened debris flow risk in the year following the fire up to 10 years from that fire, with the most heightened risk in the first 1 to 2 years. But just like we saw in Montecito, you can't drag your heels. It's only, it's luck. Are you going to get an intense rainstorm or are you not? So whether it's pre-fire physical means like forest thinning, or it's procuring the right equipment because you understand the types of BMPs that you should employ in your landscape. I think that those are all questions that deserve more attention.
Mhm.
I hope that answers your
Okay,
question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I personally, I would support this, our Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund being used to help you on your research.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Just for your information on that last point you made, we do have, John, what's it called? We have with the fire departments now, or the cities and the counties and municipalities. We have a database of equipment. So we know if we need goes back to my D9 that they're still not going to let me drive.
I don't know
That
the
we
backstory
know
on
where to get it, we know how to get it, we know what's available. We have that for firefighting. I would imagine it would be of interest to have it for this mitigation effort. So, for example, when we had the debris flow, mud flow in Basalt that one night when we had the heavy rain, that the rain stopped over Basalt. It wasn't raining anywhere else. It went to Basalt and stopped right over the burn scar. And we had some emergency evacuation issues and some definite concerns that were happening on the ground. And so that might be of help to include that into that database that we have now. It's not just for the fire, it's for the consequences of the fire.
And we do have some of that inventory done through our ESF leads.
Okay, so that's an important thing to note because when you brought that up. And for me, we have so many entities working with the basalt especially that I think might be of help, which would be the Forest Service, the Army Corps, of course, the town of Basalt, Eagle County, and both, I think, the Eagle and Pickens County emergency management folks who are actually the ones on the ground who see some issues that might be of interest, at least. For me, this is a great grant application, and I think the channeling of the funds, it's fine with me. I think that the information that comes out of this will be beneficial, not just in our valley, or not just in the western states, for example, but across the country. It's kind of one of those what you'd call something maybe positive coming out of a negative. And we all want to learn from experience and what we experience locally in our narrow valley and the steep slopes and the type of vegetation that burned hot and fast and the way the winds shift and, you never know. And then the rains, thank God, didn't come. What was it, 4 days after the fire in Montecito?
It was 2 weeks.
It was 2 weeks, yeah. It was pretty fast.
It was fast.
There's lessons learned and how we can document those so that we can learn from the lessons definitely and move forward. So, yeah, thank you. And is this the frying pan?
No,
I'm going to say it looks too steep and the fire burned too close.
That's actually the Snake River.
Oh, it's the
My
Snake.
husband,
I'm like-
we whitewater raft,
Oh.
and so he went on a trip up down the Snake.
I'm like, I don't
earlier
remember
this
the
year.
river coming down that steep.
I just said I need a picture that's not from the internet of a burned landscape, and I have too many Montecito pictures, and he found that one.
Well, I'm actually I'm going to copy that one out of the overhead where you can see that school campus, and that's my that's my nephew's
Wow.
neighborhood right there.
Yeah,
I'm going to get it off send it.
please do. I have so many more pictures if you want more.
Okay,
Kelly?
good contact.
A quick question.
Thank you.
Did Right Water, were they consulting with the town of
Is your mic
Basalt?
on?
Yeah.
Were they consulting with the town of Basalt after the Lake 15 fire?
They were not. We were not asked, to do that. I don't know the background on that, so we've been coming at it from the Pitkin County perspective. Just as a reminder to Pitkin County and Catherine what could happen after that fire. And I think I can't speak for you, but it seemed like it would have been frustrating to be in your county and not had control over some of the upper drainage areas that do contribute drainage area to your community. So I can't speak for.
Okay, just
The river, the fire, and the mud, no boundaries.
Kelly, any?
Yeah, I have 2 questions.
Yes.
Do you have any information about the amount of use from the database? So you have 600 to 700 studies that are contributing to, but in terms of other engineers that are pulling information down to formulate their plans and recommendations?
I wish I had Jane with me because she'd be the right person to answer that. And if I could get back to you on that. I don't have the specific statistics. I know that it's used internationally. I know it's used in academics. I know it's used in Southern California, for example. In Los Angeles, they are grappling with what do we do during drought years when we want to recycle our wastewater. How will that impact actually aquatic ecosystems in the concrete-lined Los Angeles River? And they're using the International
from
BMP database to learn about what BMPs can do to help mitigate the impacts of water recycling. So I don't have those stats for you. I can follow up with you. I know it's widely used.
Sure, and it's just helpful to understand, since this isn't targeted towards the Roaring Fork Valley watershed, what the kind of multiplier effect is. And then with your presented budget, you know, if we choose not to fund you at the full amount, what will you do? Will the project still go forward with seed money, or?
We'll approach other funders. So this was kind of my first stop, and my colleagues that have been with the International BMP database have said we will drum up funding if it needs to be from other resources. And down the road, we'll need more than $15,000.
Sure.
But we'll go elsewhere. We just haven't had to knock on other doors yet.
Yeah.
For me personally, I have a timeline that matters, but the project itself would carry on whether it worked with my dissertation timeline or not.
Thank you.
So Natalie, how many times have you been up to talk to us about this? You've been Healthy Rivers at least once, right? And then you've talked about it ad nauseum over there, I'm sure.
Yes, I spent a number of hours trying to get this passed here.
Being stuck
this
in
is
Idaho.
only,
This is a big investment you're
Idaho
making
Springs.
already for us. I just want to say I really appreciate that
thank you.
coming to us with it, and I also want to appreciate the work that our Healthy Rivers Board's done to vet this and to go through it, and I put a lot of confidence in their decision. So I'd approve it for the full amount. When you were describing the various things the BMPs could be used for, I was thinking, okay, we've got a project in the Crystal right now.
It's
We've
falling
got
in
another one in
I
Coal
thought of that.
Basin. You know, I'm looking about the Mancos shale-covered hillsides with oak and sarvisberry that will turn into a slurry when the next fire goes through in our neighborhoods, and thinking, wow, this is the sort of thing we need, you know, and that it's broad in scope just shows that maybe how important it is for everyone. So I'm enthusiastic about this.
Well, thank you so much for those comments. One more thing I'll leave you with. I'm from Northern California. That's where I was born and raised. My parents lived in Paradise, California up until November 8th, 2018. So Paradise, California experienced the most deadly and damaging wildfire in at least California's history. So 30,000 people lived there, and 95% of the homes were burned on that day, and that's why my parents actually live here now. And it was so interesting for me to have that happen, because it kind of brought me full circle. I'd experienced it as a professional. I'd experienced it as a young college student, seeing the landscapes around me burn during Santa Barbara fires. I evacuated 3 times when I was going to school at UC Santa Barbara. I'm sure that your nephew is familiar with that. And then to see what it's
in the Mission
like.
District, so
Okay.
he's been all over.
And then to see what it's like from the ground, from someone that has experienced loss, has been interesting. But I bring this up because after that fire, I saw Paradise is a rural community. It is not affluent. They had limited resources, and I saw kind of a sad expenditure of monies by misapplication of hydromulch. It's expensive, and they were applying it on flat areas that were at the top of a hill that had nothing at the bottom to protect. And it was just a good reminder to me again that it's not always about where you spend your money, but also about where to not spend money, and how to allocate resources appropriately. And I did see that firsthand on the ground after that fire.
Limited resources when you have such a huge scale.
That's
George,
right.
George,
So
is
I guess my concern is, I'm supportive of this project. Your part of this is going to be working towards your PhD, correct?
Ideally, I would include some of this in the write-up of my dissertation, but the work is through Right Water.
So I guess my concern is, I'm not sure why we would need to pay those who are actually reviewing your work versus them just doing it on their own time or as part of their normal job. So, I mean, we're paying people who either are associated with the school or with Right Water to review Natalie's work, which is fine, but I'm not sure why we're paying them to. Natalie's really doing the work and providing the information.
So we, Right Water, we would never put our name on anything that was not rigorously peer reviewed, whether it's volunteer work that we're doing, whether we're working for citizen advisory groups, whether it's for the United States Department of Justice. That would be just part of our quality assurance. So we would not ever be comfortable putting something forward. We have younger engineers and scientists like myself that do the legwork in all projects, but we always want the experts in our field to kind of put their final stamp of approval. That's just our typical mentor process. And I will say, it's a fair and salient point that you make. The hours that Jonathan Jones, for example, would put into reviewing my work will far exceed the 4 hours that I put on here. The point of putting them on here is to show you that this would be a peer-reviewed process and work product if and when it
Yeah,
gets
that's a
funded
good
and
question,
delivered.
but I think that's kind of a scientific standard for any kind of study to do that. I've just never seen it spelled out that way, but.
Oh, no, I
yeah,
agree it's
yeah.
needed,
But I just needed the
I
explanation,
question,
it's good.
whether we should be paying for that.
We'd
part.
rather pay you all the
We
money.
should be paying that part of the,
Yeah.
as part of the grant.
I think if we want the information to be valid at the end of the day, yeah, but, yeah, I grew up in the Southern California fires, and lost a house when I was,
Sorry.
yeah, but, it was after my family had sold it, but still the emotional attachment was there, and it was tough. It was tough to go back to that community and see the house gone, with all the memories, and,
Where
it
was this?
was in it was in the San Bernardino National Forest,
Okay.
which burns on a regular basis, and we thought everything had burned, and they found something new. So, like Santa Barbara. So thank you, and I appreciate this work, and I think we'll be able to bring it home.
Any other closing?
Yeah, one last comment. I see Right Water engineers doing this best management practices database as really doing a public service that they aren't, maybe they make a little money once in a while, but it's more of a public service thing. The work you're doing in your dissertation is actually adding to the body of knowledge in what they have, and I see it as a useful tool that could really help land managers in coming years on making the right choices. So
Thank you. Well, Pitkin County's been progressive from at least the standpoint that I've sat from and been told about from our prior work. Pitkin County has been often at the kind of leading edge of progressive land management, and this is a pressing issue. It will become more pressing, whether we want to admit it or not, with exacerbated drought cycles, with a changing climate. So I think getting out ahead is a wonderful thing, not a bad thing to have Pitkin County on the leading edge of that. And it's something I hope we can keep you involved with as we move throughout the process. But thank you for those comments.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Yep.
And a real note is on the way home, you shouldn't be stopped on I-70 because I think it was just eastbound.
Oh, good.
Or
Well, I don't care
westbound.
about
I
the
think,
way, or west.
I think
westbound.
eastbound's clear and westbound was stopped because of rockfall mitigation. Rockfall
We
mitigation.
need
Yes.
a thumbs up or a nod of
It'll come back
approval.
to us,
I think
right?
we've got it.
Nope.
yeah.
Authorization.
Well,
I
we
just
can't
have a
vote
couple
in
more
exec, I mean, in
Right.
work session, so.
Oh, okay. You want to
Yeah,
talk?
sorry.
Can nod.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about this one a little bit more. I'm not 100% in on this, but it's not because Natalie didn't make a good presentation or offer a good project. It's just noting a little bit that, the scores were very disparate on the Healthy Streams Board. You had 3 that, were pretty compellingly for it and 2 that were pretty compellingly not supportive. So this wasn't, a consensus approval coming to us for consideration. And it just sort of notes for me, the money's there. I think our community will benefit from it, but it just notes for me a little bit of how we're set up right now to just be receiving projects rather than proactively pursuing projects with that money. Because if we were to look at kind of all the things and all of the watershed plans that we support to get done and prioritize, I'm not sure this would rise to the top of it. So it's just a flag I have for kind of how the Healthy Streams program is set up right now. So I'll support this, under those considerations, but with that caveat.
Well, we've been talking about that for some time now, how we can start these projects, and I think that's been a conversation that started with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, feeling like they were lagging in and being more proactive on that level. And so I know we're out there thinking of these things, and we get a little frustrated sometimes because we present what we think are really good ideas back to them that would be coming from the county out, and we're still working on that. Yeah, so.
And Patty, just to answer your question about the ability to vote, the
Oh, yeah.
dollars have already been
Right, we just have to
appropriated, so
nod.
you're just giving direction on their expenditure.
We're nodding our direction, in your direction.
In closing with that, thank you all for your comments on this. It's all worthy of a longer conversation about how we move forward. I have to say, I do appreciate having a network of people of your caliber and your company's caliber
pretty impressive.
participating in this, because if it was just our Healthy Rivers Board, I don't think we'd have the same robustness of quality and importance of what we're doing. So
Yeah.
anyway, I think this is great. Thank you.
Thank you so
Keep
much.
going.
And for those of
I
you who
will.
haven't seen the
check off.
UCSB campus, it's pretty stellar.
Yeah.
It is. It is when it's not covered in smoke.
Yeah, when it's not covered in smoke.
Can't wait to see what comes of this and how
Yeah,
soon.
yeah, thank you.
Best of luck on your PhD.
Thank you. My
Yeah.
boss describes me as a heat-seeking missile when I want something, so you will see me
Right.
again.
Just keep it out of the
You'll be
forest
back.
when it's too hot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Drive safely.
Thanks for coming, Natalie.
Of course.
Thanks, Lisa.
And
Did
Lisa.
you want
Lisa's still here.
an electronic copy of?
Lisa,
this?
do you have
Lisa
one?
has one. That'll do.
You
I
have?
can think of the maybe the PowerPoint now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Get it to
provide
Lisa
you
and then I
that.
Yeah,
can
that'd be
pull it.
great.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I know where to find
Okay.
Lisa.
All right, so now where are we? We're back on track. We're at a citizen board interview. Okay, Lisa's not going anywhere.
Ironically.
Okay, Kate. Come on down.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Good
Kate.
afternoon. Welcome. Wow, has time flown that
Has
quickly?
it been 2 years? It actually is pretty amazing how quickly that time has gone.
And so you're back for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board.
I am.
And you're not the most recent appointee. I've seen names on there. I don't even know some of these people. So it's been a while since I've been over.
I think you appointed them, actually.
Earlier this year.
The unfortunate
Wheatley's
thing
were-
is that
yeah.
one of the other people that was appointed with me is not reapplying. So.
Ken, right.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly.
Two Chris's, yeah.
So I don't know whether you asked me questions. This is,
Somebody always starts this. Who throws the first question?
We
I
can
mean,
mix it up.
I can just pick up on what you said, Patty. And I think that one of the things that I'm very excited about in terms of continuing to serve on the board is we had a board retreat in the beginning of October, and we identified a number of goals that we have for our board moving forward, and I think they speak to one of the things that you had mentioned. And I touched on them in my application to renew my membership. But I think we want to become much more proactive and effective as being a voice for the rivers and streams in the valley. And this encompasses being more proactive and strategic about using our grant dollars that we have available for targeted and board-driven projects, so that we are not in a situation where basically what we're doing is just what comes in the door. We want to have a much more sort of comprehensive view and goals that we want to be implementing through those grants. We also see ourselves as taking on a more active role in convening community conversations on difficult issues related to water in the valley, and using our communications tools more effectively, our website, the extent to which we have press and radio access to create a stronger connection, to build a relationship between residents of the valleys and their waterways. And Particularly, we are thinking about, this is our 10th anniversary.
Oh, wow.
And so a subcommittee, Lisa Tasker and myself and Lisa, are thinking about what we can do about scheduling events during our 10-year anniversary that will highlight the work that our board does and have it be an opportunity to inform and educate and activate the people in the valley on water issues. So we're thinking about not only a speaker series, but also a film series of some kind. And so we hope to be a much more active board. Having said that, with all these ambitious goals, we do need staff. We need more staff time to be able to accomplish even the idea of putting together a more proactive set of goals for our grants program. And so I just wanted to mention that. I think I mentioned it in my application as well. I think this is going to be key to our being able to realize the goals that we set for ourselves. Questions?
Okay.
Kelly?
Yeah, well, thank you for your service so far and for reapplying. What specific contributions do you think you've made over the course of your tenure?
That is an interesting question. Of course, I bring to the board my experience as an environmental attorney and also an environmental advocate. And I think that the conversations that we have had on the board around issues is something that I have been able to contribute to because of those two perspectives. I also bring the perspective of the Crystal Caucus, which, as we know right now, is facing some significant water challenges. So I bring the voice of that community to the extent that I can, because obviously I am involved in that community and listening to what they have to say. So I think it's important that I am bringing that perspective to the board as well. I have been engaged on looking at Crystal River restoration activities and as part of the working group on the Crystal River, and have been able to bring that to the board as well. So that falls under the larger umbrella of what could we be doing as a board that would be a board-driven project. And that process is bringing information to the table on that.
Okay, thanks, Kate.
George?
Yeah, okay. One of the things you mentioned in your application is you'd like to see better communication and collaboration between the Healthy River Streams Board and other county boards and staff dealing with water issues. And my question and my concern is that you've been very opinionated regarding your views regarding the Crystal River Valley Trail. And that's fine as an individual, even as a board member for the Crystal Valley Caucus. But when you're sitting on one of the county boards and you're starting to criticize another county board in terms of their process or their work, I have a problem with that.
I would be interested in what forum you thought I was making those comments, because I certainly do not make those comments as a member of the Healthy Rivers Board. However, I am a resident of the Crystal Valley and a citizen of Pickens County. And I would hope that as long as I can keep my hat straight, that being on the Healthy Rivers Board does not mean I lose my voice as a resident of the valley and the county.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I was under the impression, and maybe I have to go back and look at some notes, that some of your comments came, and perhaps it was edited or credited to as one of your positions as a member of the Healthy Board.
Well, one of the reasons I ask is because, and I'm sure you're all familiar with this a little bit, is being interviewed by the press, and I make a point of saying I am not speaking for, and then what they do in the article is they say, Kate, member of the Healthy Rivers Board says, and then they say, well, we didn't say you said it as a member of the board. So I try very hard to make that clear and correct. on that. I think that the Healthy Rivers Board has an important advisory role to play with respect to the review of the trail because of the potential river impacts that the trail could have. And so I realize that there's that intersection, and we have to be very careful. But the board is a board, and I'm an individual, and the board speaks as a board, and I don't speak for the board if there hasn't been a vote.
Thanks for
And
your-
I'm sorry if there's
thanks for
been
your clarity.
confusion on that in the public.
Yeah. Well, I think there's been not only confusion in the public, but I think there's been some sort of, when you talk about collaboration and communication between the two boards, I think there's been some issues in terms of the interaction between specifically yourself and staff on the OST board and staff.
I'm not sure that I would say, for instance, that one of the good interactions that we have had recently, which we really appreciate, is that the Healthy Rivers Board has a representative, myself, on the Penny Hot Springs Master Plan Working Group. And that was an invitation that pulled us into the process early on and is acknowledging us as a partner in a number of different things that the master plan has identified. So that's what I would like to see going forward in terms of our being able to be supportive of and a partner to development of open space plans.
All right, thank you.
Steve?
So you mentioned about spending the financial resources of the River Board wisely. And on this past application we were just looking at, you scored that low and were one of the two who voted against it. At the same time, you were looking at the Albany Headgate project, which the Roaring Fork Club is the main owner of that ditch. And I was just curious how you graded that one, and how do you, what's your thought process when you're looking at the projects that come before the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board?
I feel a little bit nervous about commenting, given that the board has spoken on this last project.
No, I more want to see what's your thought process
I
in
was
analyzing.
looking to see I looked to see what a particular project is going to do to benefit our watershed, and particularly public-owned resources in our watershed. And I think that was reflected in my scoring of the Albany ditch as well.
And then for the Headgate project that you saw that came in our packet at the same time, I don't know if you looked at it at the same meeting, but.
I don't remember how I scored on that one, but
Okay.
I'm definitely looking at, is there going to be a direct benefit in a reasonable time frame that the citizens of Picken County and our rivers and streams will receive from the dollars spent?
Okay.
There's a bit of a time lag and a lack of focus on our valley in the prior project, and that was my concern.
I have a question. Lisa, you might want to come up for this one. We as members of the Board of County Commissioners are elected by district, but we represent the entire county. And so I know that our Healthy Rivers and Streams Board members are elected, or appointed, because we have that's part of the voter language, I think, that they represent the 5 districts. How many
They
districts?
may, if we
Yep.
can get it.
If we can get them, but that was the plan in the
Yep.
beginning.
5
But that
for-
doesn't mean that they speak just for the Crystal or just for the Franklin. You necessarily speak for and represent the entire Picken County, all of the watersheds, all of the water, all of
The entire Roaring Fork
yeah,
watershed.
so I think that's a clarification that needs to be made, and you do have every right in the world to speak as an individual. We all do. I know, all of us. And I think that's important, but we represent the entire county. So when we're looking at anything, we have to represent the entire county, and I think that's important that everybody is aware of. That even though that's in their backyard, technically the whole county is your backyard, so I think that's important. And I appreciate the effort that you put in with the Crystal River Caucus, but then, and it does, you have a lot of hats to wear, and it does sometimes muddy the waters, no pun intended on that one. But yes, I think that's just something we need to be careful with, because I know there was a lot of issues. I was trying to manage those meetings over the trails, up when we had the meetings in Carbondale, and it was not always easy to separate out who was speaking for whom and why. So it was tough. But I appreciate the time and effort that you put in.
And I would say, just to respond on representing the whole county, I think one of the things that our board wants to do, and one of the reasons why we want to have the staff support to do it, is to look at the entire county with respect to the possibilities for board-driven projects. And there is some pressure right now because of the existence of the Crystal River Restoration Working Group to focus on the Crystal River. But I think all of the board members, including myself, feel like we want to consider the restoration possibilities in the entire county.
Right.
And before we make any decisions. So.
Right. So I think it also needs to be noted, if we're talking about more staff, that money comes out of the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund. So that takes down away money that we could be spending on projects. So I think that is a much bigger discussion as to how we would address that and how that request would come forward to us.
Absolutely.
And as far as, I do think we should celebrate the 10th anniversary, but I think any decisions on speakers and whatever we do, this board needs to be involved in that. We need to have some say in what's being celebrated, because we're the ones who appoint the board, we're the ones responsible for the board, and we should be part of the planning for any kind of celebration that's going to take place. And I think one of us would volunteer to be on that if need be.
So our subcommittee has just started meeting, and obviously we have to come up with some proposals,
Yeah,
which we
and
would
then-
take to the board and we would bring to you.
We should have
sure.
that discussion, and Mr. Peacock does not plan parties well, so you might want to pick one of us to be involved.
He did okay the other night.
But one of the beauties of this this area of advocacy, if you will, is that there is a body of movies that's available for virtually no cost to bring in and show from prior Wild and Scenic Film Festivals across the country. And I think we should take advantage of that. And the cost would only be the place in which it would be screened. And I could imagine doing something like that didn't involve an admission. I think that would be really engaging of the community, and particularly of a broader age range. I think films bring in a broader age range.
And I don't necessarily disagree with that. It's just that at the end of the day, if someone isn't happy with whatever's shown, we're the ones who get the phone calls. We're the ones who bear the responsibility. So we need to be involved in that process. I think. I can't speak for the rest of the board here, but that would make me more comfortable.
I would say, and I hope there will be a conversation about staff, is our volunteer board is not going to be able to do more than we have been doing in terms of being more proactive about the use of our grant money if we don't have some additional support. I think that's a reality. So I would love to for our board to continue to have that conversation.
Thank you for.
We're looking at having a joint meeting with the commissioners in March.
And that should be a topic.
Thanks for articulating that. You're right. We want to do more, but you can't do more unless you've got the support to do it. Kelly, comments, questions? I wanted to say I appreciate the way you provide contrast. Your some polarity. That's okay too. You come to this with a background as somebody who really can get into the details as an advocate and as an attorney, and water, rivers, and river advocacy. So I'm grateful that we have you on this board, and I appreciate it when you speak up. And I think we've all gotten used to you being there, so now I think we're going to expect it from you. But but it is a board. You're working with a board, so I understand the dynamics there. Regarding film festival, I was going to say maybe our library could provide the room. We've got the film screenings there. If you're going to do something in this, that may be a good venue for you that won't cost too much. Okay, I'm fine with this. I don't have any other questions. I appreciate the conversation.
Do we have any other applicants? Are we
we're going to
still
be
out
looking for another one to replace
Yeah,
Ken
we are
Newbecker.
down a board member now, so we need to find more people to apply.
But are we looking at any other in this district, or have we really gone out in this district? I mean,
We didn't receive any for any others besides Kate, and we've not received anything. Ken was a Down Valley rep.
Right.
But
But
you've
we
got,
also
you've
had-
got it running ads for applications
so
are
we don't need to
available
make a
for,
decision now.
Yeah.
We still
for
have the
healthy
ad out
rivers and
there.
streams.
Yeah, so
Paper,
we'll
Facebook,
get
social
back to you.
media.
We're not going to decide right now, but we'll get back to you. We always give it some time. Also, I think we had an Up Valley advocate, but they moved Down Valley, so we don't have any Upper Valley people. It was Andre.
Chris Lemons
Andre was in East Aspen. Now he's in Basalt.
Chris
So-
Lemons.
Oh, is he up here?
Chris is up here,
Oh, he is. Okay. Okay.
and Andre's in
He
Emma.
is down in.
Right.
Pick an iron.
So
Chris is in
yeah,
Pitkin Iron.
on the same topic, I see that District 4 doesn't have a representative right now. And
Well, Steve,
have
get
a-
on it.
Well, I have a couple of ideas on people I'm gonna put the bee in their bonnet and
Great,
just see, might lead to getting someone to
Right.
apply from my area.
We would welcome that.
But we could take an applicant from Down Valley. Ken was living in Glenwood, right? So we could take a Missouri Heights residence, for
We do
instance,
have a
or
little, we have some flexibility.
yeah. So okay, great, good to know. Kate, thanks for
Great,
coming in.
thanks.
So
for
do I
coming, Kate.
continue to go to meetings? Well,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, keep
Oh,
keep
yeah.
going.
okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
All right, yeah, have a good holiday. Okay, up next, we've got tobacco control policy. Risa is here, and Karen's here, and
Group's
John
here.
Ely's here, and Jordana's here. Oh my God, and Jason's here, and Andre's here. I'm gonna recognize everybody.
And I'm here. I came just for this.
Everybody got a red light?
Yeah,
Red
red
light
light's
on.
on, means you're on. And right in front of you so that we don't get the guy coming out and yelling, Mike.
I appreciate not being yelled at.
Well, nobody knows who Mike is, so we all kind of look around the room.
Okay. You've brought the attorney with you. This is serious stuff.
Yeah.
They're always bringing
You
me
want to say,
everywhere.
smoke them if you got them,
I
folks.
hang out with these guys more than anybody.
I didn't really know John before that.
That's a danger to their health.
Back behind the building, like,
All right. Here we go. Let's do this. Where are we? Here we are.
All right. Hi, everyone.
Binky flavor.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Probably had no idea that you would see so much of us talking about tobacco this year. But I was talking to John just now and saying that I think in a way this has been the unexpected advantage of vaping becoming such a thing this year, is that we're really looking at how we protect our whole population and our kids from tobacco and through using public health policies. And so that's good. So we are here today. My name is Risa Turetsky. I work for Pitkin County Public Health for this team. And I'm going to read from the AIS. After previous discussions at BOCC work sessions, the BOCC directed staff at the October 10th work session to provide more information on how we ensure youth who are found to be in possession of tobacco products as minors receive the best intervention. Today we're going to present information regarding best practices for changing rates of youth use, including intervention, and ask the BOCC for direction in finalizing the ordinance. Unfortunately, I haven't been here for those executive sessions where this issue's been discussed, but Jordana and Karen have filled me in. I think you may know that I'm a family nurse practitioner, and I'm currently working at the Basalt High School providing care for the kids in the clinic there, which also gives me a lot more exposure to what's happening in the high school and how kids are thinking about this. And I talk to lots of kids about vaping and nicotine use. So that's what I do in the mornings these days. I want to reframe the conversation a little bit to think about how we're using public health policy and public policy to really protect kids. And I think the real question is, how can we create a community in Pitkin County where kids can do the work of adolescence, that developmental work of experimenting and figuring out who they are and figuring out how to make friends, to figure out how to make choices, and to do that without having to worry about making choices about drugs or making choices about e-cigarettes. And I think a lot of that really comes down to keeping the community safe and keeping drugs out. And we do that through what we're calling youth access policies when it comes to tobacco use. So that's just the things that we're talking about, like Tobacco 21 and tobacco retail licensing and flavor bans that keep those products out and don't give kids the opportunity to have to worry about that. I've been going to a lot of motivational interviewing classes. I've also been going to a lot of trauma-informed parenting classes because we're looking at adopting kids from foster care. And so thinking a lot about how we think about kids' behavior. And so I want to present this scenario of two houses. And if we have one house where the situation's sort of chaotic, the parents feel kind of stressed, and they often come home and say, hey, I just need a drink to unwind, or I'm using marijuana to tune out. And we have kids who grow up in that house. And then we have another house where parents create a lot of structure. They show kids how to make choices. They rarely drink in front of their kids. And when they do drink, they teach responsible drinking and positive coping skills. We know that kids in the house where the substances are used as coping strategies are more likely to use substances, just statistically. But is the idea to punish those kids for that? Do we say, okay, well, if we have consequences for those kids, then they won't use? No, we usually look back at how can we provide more protection in the community? How can we ensure that there are agencies to support those kids and support their parents to help to prevent that situation and help to support the kids in the situation that they're in? And I think a lot of it comes back to how we understand the adolescent brain. If you look at this diagram, it's really just showing where is the brain really most developed, and where is it lighting up when we stimulate it. And when we go from age 5 to age 20, you can see there's a lot more blue, especially in this frontal cortex area. And this is the area that kids use and that we as adults use for impulse control, making decisions, focusing, learning, but really trying to have those thoughtful planning processes in our brain that are the difference between what we were like when we were 18 making quick decisions and what we're like when we're 38 making a different kind of decision. And so that's really what we think about in that brain diagram.
Hey, Risa, you'll just have to tell me what the color codes mean.
So the green and the red are really just not, the green and the red is where we're just not getting a lot of stimulation in that area because that part of the brain is not well developed yet. So over in age 5, we can see that where we're seeing blue is down in what they call the lizard brain, right? It's where it's our very most basic areas of our brain, and then kind of right around at the top. And then you're going to see more development on the inside. This frontal part of the brain and sort of up on the sides, that's all where we make those kind of more advanced decisions that we're making not so well in our early adolescent period, and better as we get to later in life.
I carried that over the age of 20.
And it is.
I know, I'm like hanging out with Bridget's mom.
Yeah. Well, and so now studies
House,
are
White House.
showing that kids' brains aren't fully developed until 26 to 30. So, and especially for boys,
You have
they
a
really are
34-year-old
close to 30.
boy.
Well, and it might never get much better than that.
You're talking best case scenario.
Right, exactly. And it just, I think, we have seen a lot of advances in neuroscience of the adolescent brain in the last 20 or 30 years, and a lot of what that's shown us is that kids are not really biologically and physiologically in a position to make really good decisions when they're younger. And so something that we are helping them through is how to take where their brain is and what they understand and the impulse control that they're capable of, and help them through some of that decision-making process.
So can I ask a question here? Yeah. Is that okay? So when you say, do we blame the kids, it's because their brains are in that evolution. They're evolving into a brain that can make better choices and decisions. Or are we saying, do we blame the parents because of the kids' bad decision? Or are we saying both?
We're saying both.
Okay.
We're saying that there's a lot of factors at play, and I'm going to talk about a couple more factors as well. That's a great question, Patty. Thanks. So I think also some of what we've seen with the advances in neuroscience in terms of what adolescents' brain looks like are some real changes in how juvenile justice is approached nationally. We've seen some things that we thought worked, like just say no, or criminalization of drug use, or stop and frisk. That a lot of those things that we thought worked, those processes that we thought worked, have been proven not to work when we look at them later. And so we're seeing a shift towards restorative justice and decriminalization and trust-based and trauma-informed care. When it comes to nicotine, especially with vaping now, I think we also need to consider why are kids using it. And we've talked about this before. We have kids who are in this normal developmental stage where they need to experiment to figure out their identity. They're trying to figure out who their friends are. They're trying to learn to make friends. They're trying to get away from the friends that aren't working for them and get closer to the friends who they have a crush on. But we also have a situation where kids are sad and are saying that part of the reason that they're using e-cigarettes and other nicotine products is because of that sadness, or because of homework stress, or to fit in, or because everyone's doing it, or because it's the cool thing. When I ask kids in the classrooms, why are you vaping? The first answer almost every time is because it's cool, because other people are doing it. And I think that one of the things that we heard in this parenting class last week is behavior as a language of unmet need, I think is relevant in this situation, because I think in some situations it shows us what the kids are struggling with and that they're turning to nicotine because of that. I think another thing, though, that is really important to think about is that a lot of it is industry infiltration. The industry, the tobacco industry and the vaping industry are spending billions of dollars to create products and to market them in a way that is really appealing to kids in that developmental stage that they're in, where they are looking for their identity and they're looking to be independent and they're looking to figure out how they're unique. And then they're trying to also fit in and be just like everybody else. And so we have kids who are not necessarily being bad or trying to act out. We just have kids who are using a product that, the way they see it, everybody is using and is really made for them. So from a public health approach, this is really about protection. And when we talk about protection, it's really thinking that we need companies and adults to be responsible, and we need laws and enforcement that really hold them accountable. One of the biggest reasons kids are using these products is, again, because of that marketing. And public health policy is about protecting our community, and it's really about protecting our community against the industry. We're not trying to protect them against individual retailers and what they're doing, but in a way, we are seeing that a lot of retailers are still selling to kids, even though it's against the law. I also want to mention that I don't believe that policy is a cessation approach. I think that policy is a community approach and it's a public approach. It is trying to serve the most number of people in a way that protects them. And I think that we have cessation options, and I'm going to talk about them a little bit. I said earlier that I think we have some models that haven't worked. So DARE is a great example of a model that hasn't worked. We still see about $1 billion a year in public funds that go towards DARE. And
the
studies.
acronym again for DARE? What's that? Sorry, I should have known that. But
you know the program I'm talking about?
Heard of it, but I'm blanking.
It's basically a program that teaches kids that drugs are unsafe. And one of the things that it's found to do is to stigmatize kids who are using products. And that's been one of the reasons that it's found to not work. Another reason is that it doesn't really tell kids, what does it stand for? Oh, drug abuse resistance education. So it's thank you, quick find. It's in a way just telling kids not to use. It's sort of like the Just Say No program, which has also been shown to be ineffective and in some cases turn kids towards using rather than away from using. And so we do see that on a national level and on a local level, we continue to sometimes support programs that have been shown not to work because it's what we've always done. Also, when we think back to what caused the decline in smoking, I mean, we have hugely decreased the number of people who smoke and the number of young people who smoke in the past 30 years. it's not from ticketing kids. It's really been from changing public policies that don't allow smoking in public areas. We have created a complete change in how we see smoking. People are not considered cool anymore for smoking. We've really made it something that a lot of people consider gross or something that they're really worried about if they have family members who smoke because of the health risks. There used to be that program on reality TV called Intervention. And what they found is that intervention strategy doesn't work with kids. That kind of confrontational approach often leads to shame and rebellion when we're talking about kids, and it hasn't been shown to be effective. A lot of times we talk about nicotine and alcohol, or nicotine and marijuana all together, and we just say, well, this is what we're doing for this one, so this is what we'll do for the other. And nicotine is a little bit different just because of the likelihood of getting addicted so fast. Some people get addicted to nicotine after their first puff. And so we have to think about what the approach is to a kid who is potentially addicted. We have a handful of kids at the Aspen High School who have told us that they've quit since they heard about the lung disease that's been publicized so much. And so they were telling the assistant principal, and she was asking them how they quit, and most of them said cold turkey. And so she was asking them how it went. And they said it was really hard. They felt really sick for about a week. And so that's what we would expect from a smoker, right? Like someone who's been smoking for a long time. And it's not surprising because once they've gotten to the point of being addicted to the nicotine, they're going to have the withdrawal. That's to be expected. And a lot of kids have no idea what that's going to look or feel like. And then I think another thing is that it is very hard to enforce individual approaches through policy equitably. And one of the things that we've seen through communities that care, CTC, is they did an overall needs assessment in this community. And one of the things that came out highest is that we don't necessarily enforce all of our policies equitably. So one kid who comes from a family with maybe a little bit more status and a little bit more money might have a different end to their engagement with the police department than a kid who doesn't have that behind them. And so just thinking about kind of what that looks like, or kids who are from this community versus kids who are not from this community, and what that might be like for those kids. A lot of communities have moved towards ticketing kids, especially right now where there's so much concern about how are we going to deal with this vaping crisis, and what we've been calling an epidemic. And so why not give kids a ticket? From the research that I've been reading, not only about nicotine, but about other drugs as well, the biggest issue is that it shifts the blame to the kids. And so if we're talking about an industry that is making billions of dollars and also spending millions to $1 billion a year to market to kids to get a new customer base, we're really changing who we're blaming if we're ticketing the kids. And we're telling them, this is your fault, rather than this is something that's been pushed on you during a time when you're very vulnerable and you're in that point of development where it's very common to move towards some of these products. Also, like I just talked about, the evidence doesn't support it. It's very difficult to have fair implementation, and it really doesn't address the root cause or the addiction. So an organization like Youth Zone, or what's happening at the schools, which I'm going to talk a little bit about, they're really trying to dig into what is that unmet need behind the behavior? Why are kids turning to this product? And so a lot of times we ask kids, for you, why are you using this product? And we get, when I ask a group of kids, they all say because it's cool. When I ask an individual kid why they're using, it's different. And when I talk to individual kids about how they might not use, there are different ways of deciding what's important to them. Are different. I had a 14-year-old last week who I saw in the clinic who stopped using e-cigarettes. His mom called me and she said, I'm really concerned about this kid using e-cigarettes. Can you talk to him? And so I sat down with him and we talked about it. And I said, why did you stop? Because that's awesome. What made you stop? And he said, my mom. She's really worried about me. And in the research we see, and I'll show that on the next slide, we see that one of the most effective things for getting kids to change their substance use is their parents, even our 18-year-olds. And we don't think so, right? We don't think that they're listening to their parents, but it's generally the most motivating. And I think the other thing is, really it does prevent kids from seeking help. So statewide, we have a law that says that kids who are using tobacco, basically it's illegal for kids to use tobacco on school property. And I gave a presentation to a high school class, a health class the other day, and it was 9th to 12th graders. And one of the 12th graders said, well, how are we going to get help? And so we talked about being able to go see their counselors, and they said, no, we're going to get in trouble. And so we had to talk through like the very different intricacies of how you can go get help without getting in trouble. But the general perception is we can't ask for help from adults because it's not permitted and we're going to get in trouble. I want to talk a little bit about what's currently being done in this community in Pitkin County. And so we do have, I'm going to talk about prevention, intervention, cessation, and policy. And so in terms of prevention, the student body is being educated in their health classes, in their crew class. Well, we call it crew. It's like a homeroom class. But the main thing that they're doing is they're educating them through these life skills programs. And Aspen Middle School, for example, is using a really reputable program called the BOCC program. And what's important about that is that we're teaching kids to say no. Because if a kid has all the right education about why an e-cigarette is dangerous and why they don't want to use it, but they walk into a situation where their boyfriend is using it and they're really excited about this new boyfriend and whatever, and he's pushing the e-cigarette on them, or they fell in with a new group of friends who they've really wanted to be friends with, it's going to be really hard for them to say no if they aren't prepared for that. And so these life skills programs teach kids their values. They teach them skills for how to navigate some of those social situations. And
I'm glad you clarified what they were saying no to, because most teenagers know how to say no really well. You want to do the dishes?
Especially to
No.
their
Would you
parents.
take out the trash? No. Mow the lawn? No.
Right.
So I'm glad you clarified that.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't want you teaching my grandchildren how to say no, because 2-year-olds know how to say no.
From an early age, they learn that. But it is really different when you're turning down something in a social situation that is basically the cool factor. I had a girl tell me in Glenwood Springs that you don't even need to vape anymore. You just have to be the one that has the vape device. And that makes you the cool one that everyone wants to be friends with. It's really hard to be cool these days with social
Like having
media.
a cell phone that isn't connected.
Yeah.
They just have a cell phone, but they don't know that it doesn't really have service.
Exactly. You got to do what you got to do.
Remember that one.
Another priority for the Aspen and the Roaring Fork school districts has been education of their staff and the teachers to make sure that they're aware what that jewel looks like, so that kids are not able to plug it into the computer in class or even plug it into their teacher's computer, which was a big thing for a while. And a lot of time and energy has been spent hosting presentations for parents that unfortunately not that many parents come to. But we tend to get kind of the same parents who come.
I have one other in that.
Yeah.
When my kids were growing up, we also had a which parent would you go to? Who could you go to?
Yeah.
Program. So if you had been out drinking with your friends and you were, senior in high school and you couldn't go home to your parents, what parent could you go home to? And I had many knocks on the door with the police officer, and they needed a ride home, and the kids were afraid to go home. So I would get up and take the kids home and stand with them when they knocked on the door and had mom and dad let them in. And I think that's a really important part, is then the parents can relate to the parents, which really helps the kid.
I think
the
that's
same would hold through with tobacco.
I think that's totally true.
Yeah.
I think that's huge. We're taking from the marijuana, toolkit right now, which is teaching a trusted adult program, which is teaching lots of adults that are willing to be that trusted adult, how to listen to kids about this and how to have the conversation. Because again, these kids don't necessarily know who to go to that's going to be safe and that isn't going to get them in trouble.
Well, and parents were like, you talk to your kids about that stuff? Well, yeah, it's the best piece of advice for parents is, allow your kids the space to talk to you. And you're going to be amazed at how many issues get resolved. Not all, but how many.
Well, and I think that is something that public health and the schools could use so much support with, is how do we reach more parents? Because through the schools we reach the same parents who are already involved, already interested, already have the information. But how can we find more creative ways to reach more parents? And the kind of big awareness campaigns just aren't effective. We need to find ways to, whether it's a a committee that someone's already involved in bringing this training to them. We're trying to do more staff trainings in some of the programs because staff also tend to be parents. And so how do we do more of that to get parents involved, because that's where it's going to change, is when the parents really understand what the problem is and are ready. Well, Aspen High School and Middle School, they have what we call a prevention specialist, which is funded through marijuana tax money. And Courtney is the prevention specialist for this district, and she is a certified addiction counselor, which is phenomenal that we have that resource, because she's running groups with kids who have been found to be using nicotine products. She's offering them to kids who haven't been caught but are interested in taking them. She does individual counseling with the kids as well as those groups. And she also offers to help them get involved with the Quit Line, because the Quit Line is now taking kids confidentially down to age 13.
I was wondering, I was going to ask that.
And they can even text in now, and all the Quit Line call respondents have been trained to work with kids and be youth friendly, which is really important. And they're trying to market it now as well to be
Source.
yeah, just a resource so that kids can just call in and ask questions. They don't have to be ready to quit, because that's one of our hardest things, is getting kids from that point of like maybe kind of thinking maybe I shouldn't do this to being ready to quit. And that's really hard for them because it still is such a social thing. And so, yeah, so the Colorado Quit Line now has a completely different entry page for kids, so that it looks like it's for them. So it has kids on the front page, and it has different kinds of wording that's a lot more youth friendly. The other thing that the schools are trying to do is get the parents involved. So really call the parents and have them come in when they find that the kids are vaping. We're looking for more ways to get the parents more education in that moment that the kids have an infraction. And then we're using in all the schools actually I think all the schools in the region now, all the public schools, are using the Second Chance program, which is developed by RMC Health. And it's an online 2 to 3 hour module that takes kids through what is nicotine, what is tobacco, what is vaping, why am I using it, what are my triggers, and how can I stop? And that's specifically for kids who are caught using. So if they're in the school system, they're caught using, all these things happen. The counseling, the cessation groups, the Second Chance program, and the Quit Line.
So this is if they're caught using on campus, but smoking is prohibited for everybody on campuses now, right? So nobody can smoke on campus. So having a hard time with no actions, no taking responsibility if you're caught smoking on the city street.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yes, I hear you. So I'll come back to that in one second, if you don't mind. So then in terms of cessation, what's happening is kids are either seeing Courtney, the certified addiction counselor, or they're being referred to Youth Zone. And then the other thing that's happening if kids are caught multiple times at the schools is that they're going to do all those things, and they're going to be set up as a peer educator for the younger kids. And so that's going to be hand in hand with a school administrator or a faculty member to do conversations with the younger kids in like the 9th or 10th graders. We are really proud. Aspen School District has best practice policies in place, and this region has, as you know, stepped forward to implement Tobacco 21, tobacco retail licensing, and has been the first with some of the price increases and the flavor bans. Okay, so what works in terms of interventions? What we're doing, all these public policies that we're doing that decrease youth access, that really hold adults and businesses accountable to keep the products out of youth hands so that we aren't having to deal with the other side of it, which isn't really as public health policy oriented. We want to also think about changing those social norms, and that's one of the things that you're doing by putting in place these policies. It really lets the public know, not just the kids, but really the parents, how important we see it to be and how much of a priority we're making it. And that includes the smoke vape free laws like the county has put in place. Parent involvement, like I said, is one of the most important things that we can do to decrease youth use, especially when they're using currently. And then in terms of cessation, it's really getting at that root cause for that kid. And addiction counseling and coaching and having an individual approach. So if I may make a recommendation for what we could consider in terms of what happens with kids. It's a little bit different for the under 18-year-olds compared to the 18 to 21-year-olds in terms of what can be done. I think getting parents involved is huge. So let's say the sheriff's office finds a kid who is vaping and they're under 18. I think getting the parents involved is the number one thing. So calling home, having parents come in, explaining to them what the issue is. I think the absolute best thing that we could do is to train the sheriff's office about a couple of key messages that they could be giving those kids and giving those parents, because that is going to be changing for those kids. They're going to pay attention. It's in a moment where they know that something's happening. Parents are going to get involved, and just having a couple of key messages about why this is important, I think would be really important. And then what can be done. And so in terms of referrals, I think having a direct referral and having a resource referral. And that direct referral could absolutely be to Youth Zone. They have a fantastic program with a certified addiction counselor who does an entire universal screener with the kids to help see where those, what are the areas that are leading them to using these products, and what are the other risks that we might not be realizing, but all we're seeing is the nicotine product. And then the school system also has a fantastic program. So if we found somebody who is under 18 on the street using a product, I would direct them back into the school program. So if it's the second infraction at the school, or if it's the first infraction at the school, all of those resources are automatically put into place for them that are right there and that are involved. So parent involvement, getting them referred into one of the programs, either Youth Zone or the school. And then I think getting them connected to a resource and letting them know that it's there for them. That it's not like the quit line for adults and for grandpas to get off cigarettes, but that there's something really for them. And let them know how to do that. For the 18 to 21-year-olds, it's a little trickier because I don't think we can get parents involved. So I think that's where we're looking at a direct referral, like the Valley View Cessation Program, which is a very low cost and well supported by evidence program. And then a resource referral for something that they can do on their own, which is reaching out to the quit line. I would also love if we could pressure CMC a little bit into having programs on the CMC campus as well, because I think those kids are particularly vulnerable, and we know that a large number of those kids are using e-cigarette products, but I haven't gotten very far with that.
Their campus is smoke-free, though, right?
Yeah. So that's what they told me. I went up to the Spring Hill campus, and somebody in the dean's office said, yeah, but we don't have any kids using e-cigarettes because we have a smoke and tobacco-free policy because of the fire danger. And so then she called the counselor, and she said, so back me up on this. We don't have any kids who are using e-cigarettes, right? And the counselor said, I think it's probably 100%. And she had some students with her, and they negotiated at 80%, but they said it was probably higher. They're still in that 18 to 25 range. Their brain development's still right there. They feel like this product is for them. It's techie. It's a little bit young, but it's also a little bit mature, and the kids are using it everywhere.
John, who's the president, CMC president? What's her name? She's great.
Carrie?
Is it Carrie?
Yeah,
Carrie Hauser?
Yeah. Have you talked with her? I think she's very receptive. Let's see where this goes, but that might be a next step with CMC. Just go to the top. I think she's very receptive.
Thanks. Everyone's been receptive. We just haven't gotten anywhere.
Well, I think she's more. I think she can
if
be
she could
receptively
push-
getting things done.
That would be awesome.
Kelly?
Well, I'll just comment, it's hard enough raising kids that we shouldn't use programs that don't work. I think we should start by looking at the things we know to be effective.
The quit lines.
Framing this policy.
A long time.
Yeah.
I'd love to know about measuring this. How do we know if it's working? Are you going to come back to us in a year and let us know if you see any improvement? How many years will it take to measure what's happening?
I know I've talked about it here before. Carbondale was an interesting model because they said, well, our stores aren't selling to kids, and
Turned out that wasn't true.
we'll ticket kids instead, and they have not. They gave one ticket for nicotine in the year and a half for a kid, but that kid had gotten to the point where he was being so aggressive to the school team that they basically gave the ticket for nicotine to not give another ticket. But otherwise, they haven't given any tickets for nicotine. But they have, on their first round of compliance checks, 4 out of 10 stores failed. And then on the second round of compliance checks, I think 0 failed. And then the third round, 1 failed, and it was the same one from the first round. And it was an owner of the store that sold to the kid. And they ended up coming in and saying, we're not going to sell tobacco products anymore. And that's when Carbondale moved to a license. Because clearly, if there's one time that you're coming in and you're getting a sale, there's many more times. And so that's where it really comes to reducing access and taking it out. And so I think that that's one thing that we can look at, because we'll be doing compliance checks for Tobacco 21. In terms of the rate of use, I think it's going to be really hard. So we need to have comparable data. The data that we have from before is from the Healthy Kids Survey from 2017. They're doing another Healthy Kids Survey right now, so we'll be able to see the numbers. And the questions are really good. They ask, in the last 30 days, have you used? In the past year, have you used? And I think there might be a new question this year with a little bit more information. And so we can look at 2017 to 2019. But nationally, we've seen an 80% increase. So I don't know what we're going to consider success here. Less than 80% increase. I don't think we're going to see a decrease yet. But last year, Aspen High School did a very informal survey of their kids, and so I'm hoping that they'll do that again this year and see if they see something a little bit different, especially after the lung illness. Be good to see.
George?
So, as we all know, the voters recently approved a tobacco tax on cigarettes and e-cigarettes this past fall. Congress, unbelievably, is on the brink of passing banning cigarette sales to anyone under 21. They actually, it's hard to believe they may be a step ahead of us. Maybe not. So, but we have 2 sort of public policy decisions. One, if and when do we need an ordinance or resolution to prohibit sales of any tobacco products to anyone under 21? And then the second question would be public policy is are we going to do any sort of enforcement or fines to those who get caught selling tobacco products to anyone under 21?
So it would be an ordinance procedure. We would be amending the county code, and the county code would contain those prohibitions and penalties. And the prohibitions would certainly run toward any person in the retail sphere who is selling to a minor being defined as anyone under 21. But it would also be broader to include anybody who is giving or distributing or otherwise facilitating a minor to have possession of tobacco or nicotine products. So that would be the code amendment that we would do.
And that's different than this conversation we're having today.
Well, the issue has come up that Riza is responding to is the change in Colorado statutes last year, or beginning of this year actually, allows for penalties towards the actual minor who is in possession or using tobacco and nicotine products. And so all this information that Riza has here is to inform the board as to the advisability of extending penalties towards the minor as opposed to just the retailer or distributor of the tobacco products.
Right, but just in terms of process, we would first need, I guess they could be done together, but we would need to pass an ordinance prohibiting the sale of any tobacco products to anyone under 21. And then at the same time, we could then establish any sort of penalties and fines and then come up with a program in terms of intervention, which really doesn't need an ordinance at all, does it? That's just... No,
establishing a program is more positive direction and then a budgetary appropriation to support it. But whatever prohibition or penalties the board wishes to see, we do it all in one fell swoop. It would be amending the code to adding a new section actually dealing with consumption and use of alcohol and of tobacco and nicotine products by minors.
Okay, but again, that's not part of this presentation or this discussion today, is it?
I probably wasn't entirely clear. So, my understanding is that the draft of the ordinance included, or that there was some discussion around including ticketing of kids in the ordinance, raising the age to 21. And so public health is advising
Not to do what I think we should
not
do.
to have ticketing for kids, to think about a more positive intervention for kids that would include referral and providing resources and making sure that the punitive, I guess the punitive side, but the real responsibility is on the store owners.
Right, and we haven't actually seen that draft ordinance, or if I missed that.
Coincidentally, I have a draft right with me, but that's not really the issue. The issue is
No.
more direction from the board
Right.
as to whether you agree with the advisability of not penalizing the minor and focusing any penalty aspect of a code violation on a retailer or distributor of the products.
Right, and so I would certainly support that direction. And then we would get that ordinance back to us. Do we have a time frame?
As soon as possible.
As soon
the
as
very first
possible.
If
meeting
we
in
all
January.
agree with that.
Yeah, right. Okay, great, thanks.
Steve?
So there's reports that there's a state legislation coming forward to raise the age to 21 for sales of tobacco, which would, maybe we could
Federal one, too.
prompt the state legislature to
That
move
bill
a
probably
little
won't
to act
get signed till maybe April.
in favor of that legislation, but do you know the status of that right now? Do you have anything further knowing any details about that legislation?
I think John's more updated on that than I am.
Oh, I don't know. I bet you Jordana has got me.
I think just that it's going forward, and as soon as the session begins in January, it should be all edited and ready to go, and that it will include raising the age to 21 and include a tobacco retail license.
Statewide licensing for
So that's being
any
brought in.
retailer. It would be processed through the state, similar to alcohol licensing. It would significantly raise the penalty on retailers who are transacting tobacco and nicotine products to minors. It would make a uniform standard in the state to 21 years of age for the ability to purchase. It would not include penalties for minors. So the proposed legislation, which if all goes well, will be introduced initially at the opening of this next year's session, and that legislation follows the recommendation that's been given to you here.
So it sounds good, something that we could support at the state level.
Vigorously, even.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
So, I want to add on to that, though. The question with, we have minors in possession for alcohol. Who determines that minors in possession of alcohol get ticketed? How's that set?
That's a state penalty.
That's a state penalty, but the state is saying no penalty. It's still a minor in possession to me. It's just that it's nicotine.
Right, and the state is saying, well, at least this bill is proposed not to impose any penalty on the minor involved.
So if the state bill goes through, which might have a chance of doing so, if we did one with a penalty, we couldn't do that because the state would supersede? Or?
Well, it depends. As the bill is written now, or the draft, it does not diminish any authority given to local jurisdictions in this year's previous legislation that has passed. It does make some things uniform, like minimum age. It does, make other things uniform, like licensing. That's a big one.
Right, I think that's huge.
And but it still gives some discretion to local jurisdictions, and that's one of the areas that would be left for local discretion as to whether or not to, for example, impose a penalty on a minor.
Kind of like how many feet you have to be standing from the front door of a building and smoke. Set locally. Minimum is set
There's
by
nothing
the state.
in the there's nothing in the legislation as far as that goes.
No, I'm not saying in this legislation. I'm saying in general. They left that to the local municipalities or
Right.
counties to determine.
Well, there is state legislation as far as clean indoor air or
Right,
the
right,
Indoor
right.
Air Act.
Right.
And so there are prohibitions as far as consumption of tobacco and nicotine products
Right.
through smoking on the interior of some structures or just outside in the
Right,
thresholds.
but the state requirement, this is a whole nother thing, was 15 feet, but local jurisdictions, like the city of Aspen, did 30 feet.
Yeah,
They
you can
left some
increase
of that purview up to the locals. But, you know, I would like to see where this goes without ticketing. But I don't know how you're gonna get parents to the table. Parental involvement is not gonna, unless their kid has something trailing them, I think it's going to be really tough. They're going to say, "Oh, we don't have to do anything. You're not getting a ticket. You don't have to go sit in front of a judge. You don't have to go to local, city court or the county court level." So, who cares? I mean, parents that takes time out of their day, unless there's a ticket behind it, and then parents have to wake up. I think it's just I think that's one of the good things about a minor in possession. Even though I think it goes too far, taking away their driver's license when they're walking down the street, they're not even in a vehicle. Their concern is they're going to get in a car and drive, and what's the risk to their peers if they're smoking? Well, secondhand smoke, we know, is a risk to your peers. So I totally support the age of 21. I would totally support a business licensing for retail, so we have some meat in this, so we can actually make sure that it's enforced. I think that's a really strong point, like they do with alcohol sales. I would like to see where it goes without ticketing. And I don't know how we measure that, but it can always come back to us if we're finding, I think all this data is great, but I think there's another side to it. What happens in jurisdictions that do ticket? And, how do we get parents awakened to the table? That's the hard part. If we're leaving this big, bold parent involvement, that's the tough one to cut here, because their kids, smoke down the street. Maybe it becomes their kids stealing their cigarettes or their e-cigarettes out of their house, and parents will wake up like when kids stole alcohol or their marijuana behind the headboards of their bed. But and I think it's going to be a tough one. But I can move forward with this with a non-ticketing. Let's see where it goes to get kids awake. Do they still show the pictures of the black lung and the healthy lung? That was an eye-opener.
And I always thought, like, the wrinkles, right? Like, show the girls, like, how wrinkly you get, and,
Yeah. But the black lung and the red and the pink lung were always, it's like showing the car accidents in driver's ed. That makes a statement.
Do you have another comment?
Yeah, I do. A more substantive one. So thanks, Patty, for
The black
being
lung,
willing
the
to move
pink lung.
forward without
Yeah,
the ticketing, because given the evidence, I just support evidence-based policy making. So I think that your recommendations are clear on that front. But, I will just note that not ticketing doesn't mean that there's not an interaction with enforcement. So, I think as a kid, you're sitting in the sheriff's office and your parents have to come in and pick you up.
No, they're not going to. Are they going to do that? Or are they just going
can.
to call the parents? They're going to bring the kids in?
They can.
Or are they just
So
going to make
I'm
a
just
call
saying
to the parents?
there's
It's a big difference.
opportunity for interaction with enforcement that doesn't have to involve such a punitive measure that I think might trigger
You could do
the
ticketing
outcome you're
without being
hoping
punitive,
for.
right? It's just a ticket, like a speeding ticket or a parking ticket. It's not
Well,
like a.
there are all sorts of levels that you can approach the issue with. You can criminalize the behavior. You can make it civilly liable behavior as opposed to criminal behavior. You can establish a fine or a public service component. You can have all of the typical penalty provisions suspended or eliminated if there is participation in an education or diversion type program as appropriate. But no matter how you dress it up, it still boils down to a penalty component for a violation of a prohibition. And I think that's what Riza's demonstration here was, that however you dress it up,
The punitive aspect isn't. But,
It's not as
technically they are
effective.
breaking the law, right? And Kelly, your point though is really, so if the sheriff's office needs to bring them in and call the parent, we need to talk with the sheriff's office as to how they're going to do that. We're already hearing our sheriff's office is overtaxed. We need to come up with a plan with the sheriff's office in order for them to do that, rather than just handing their business card to the kid and saying, have your mother call me. I think that, because, you know, we need to be working, and we also need to work with the APD and with BOCC. I mean, if they're in the county, and, you know, how many kids are smoking in rural Pickens County or smoking downtown Aspen, Colorado. So I think those are things we need to take into consideration in moving this forward. We need to be working with the sheriff's office as to the enforcement, because we're putting the onus on them. And we need
Steve.
to see how they're going to deal with it to make
If-
it effective.
if,
That's a good point. I
law-
didn't think about that.
If law enforcement officials see kids smoking, are they going to be approaching them and say, where did you get your cigarettes from? Because that would be a way to, if they got it from the parents, or if somebody bought it, you know, some adult bought it at the store and gave it to the kids or sold it to them on the side, those kind of things. I mean, kids will still be getting cigarettes from somewhere, the ones who are really addicted to it. Be useful to know
Where they got it.
where they're getting, what's their source.
Yeah.
But I don't know if law enforcement officials would be even authorized to approach somebody to ask them, well, where did you get your cigarettes from?
Well, they certainly can, and they can have that type of a conversation, and they can ask for, you know, identification type information and contact their parents if they want to. But there's no obligation on an individual officer doing that or not, and unless there is a policy program sort of set up as a protocol through individual law enforcement agencies, it would probably fall upon the individual law enforcement officer to respond the way that he or she feels is most appropriate, just the way that we're used to, you know. Sometimes you'll get pulled over and you get a warning and it's, oh boy, it was great. And other times you're going to get hammered, and that's just what that was. So it's an individualized approach.
Yeah, and a question I think, a question I think that would be worth asking the enforcement, the you know, public safety folks, is how comfortable are they in stopping kids that they've developed a level of trust with, and the kids just smoking a cigarette, you know, or just vaping on the street corner? How comfortable would they be, and is that going to have any issues with their relationship that they've created with the youth in this community, that, oh, they're, you know, I think that's a key.
I think I could
Kelly
use
and
some
then
clarity
John.
on the amount of detail that is required in the ordinance. You know, something like ticketing, it seems like would go into an ordinance. Something like policy conversations with the sheriff's office may not. So I guess I just want to be clear about that so we can get an ordinance in front of us and then continue whatever the policy conversations that can further down the road.
That's correct.
I'd like to see them.
You would not typically have a law enforcement policy or protocol contained within the ordinance.
Great.
It would be the prohibition, the conduct that's being prescribed, and a penalty, if any, and any type of any other ancillary issues that come up, like defining certain items and
Great.
terms.
Thank you.
John?
And I think I was going to say something similar in that, you know, this, I think, demands a larger conversation with the sheriff's office. There's a large amount of discretion that officers have, and they have community policing goals, I think, that have been mentioned that may dovetail, may conflict with some of what we're talking about here today. But I think in terms of public safety, we need to have the sheriff weigh in. Typically, there would be some level of discretion on the ground that wouldn't be prescribed in detail in the ordinance.
So what would the timing of that be? We pass an ordinance that we haven't had that discussion, or should we have that discussion before we pass the ordinance?
Well, you know, some of that's probably educational too. I mean, the Department of Health has brought me along, And so you have to, you have to raise everybody's level of awareness and key into the issue. And I guess,
agree.
You're going to have conversations with law enforcement agencies.
So, but my question was, do we pass an ordinance where we haven't had that discussion, or would it be
Yes.
more beneficial if we, you think we should?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I don't agree with you on that.
yeah, I do. I think we need to move forward and we can work out the details later.
I do
Part of
think
this is like a whole culture change towards what vaping is perceived as.
I think we
too.
should at least introduce them and say, hey, guys, this is what we're doing. We're going to continue with the policy discussion
That
with
we
you, rather than
can-
just say, we've passed this ordinance, and now you guys have to go out there and figure it out.
Yeah, that
Not
we
going
can do between now and January. I think having some authority on the books is good, and then how it's enforced will probably evolve over time.
And the language I would propose using as far as penalty would be applicable to individuals and businesses involved in retail transactions or otherwise
Yeah.
making the products available to minors.
Adults.
And then having that effective immediately so that that component is present.
Oh, I agree. That, anybody selling, yeah, or
Okay.
anybody helping in the sale of.
I certainly appreciate the work that's gone into this evidence-based work on this. I agree with what I've just heard John say. I'm concerned about where are the disincentives for the kids. But I think I'd like to see this go forward the way it is, and it is a work in progress. We'll have to talk about to the law enforcement about the policy, the community policing policies, and are they on board? Can they have a policy that would help us with this? I think if it's up to the discretion of the officer, is it going to really do anything for us? What are we actually trying to do? The final thing on that is how are we going to measure this? How are we going to know if we're having an effect? If the Healthy Kids Colorado survey comes back again, I'm skeptical of it the first 2 times around. Like, boy, it just doesn't, can we really rely on these numbers? If it comes back again, who knows what it's going to say, but is it trustworthy? So we're trying to change behavior, but we really don't have a grip on the measurement of success. That's a big frustration. This is a great step in the right direction. I'm willing to take your recommendation on how we intervene and redirect behavior, hoping the disincentives come some other way. It just seems like you need those.
The parents.
Maybe it's the parents. Maybe it's the. Steve?
One last thought. If we were the only ones who do this, the kids are going to drive to Carbondale or somewhere. So to be totally effective, it's got to be the whole state doing it. But if we can somehow use our action to leverage others or leverage the state legislature to follow suit, then I think let's do whatever we can in that respect.
What's the city doing, though? Is the city going to not enforce? Are they going to ticket? Are they going to, because it's just a walk across the street to be in the county or the city. So if I'm going to, if I'm underage and I know in the city there's no anything.
The kids are going to learn where the county line is.
Am I on the record or off the record?
Well, right now you're on TV. So.
You're on the record.
So the city has Tobacco 21, and they do not have ticketing for kids. They do not have an enforcement structure for how they're enforcing with the retailers.
So maybe we can assist that with creating a template.
That would be.
How's that for a positive spin?
That would be lovely.
On camera.
That would be amazing, and I do think, to Steve's point, this is really helping to close the gaps and create a safe zone in one of the highest use rate areas in the state. So once Pickens County goes to Tobacco 21, it will be Tobacco 21 all the way up through Eagle and into Summit County. All of Summit County has gone to Tobacco 21, and all the way out to Basalt, Carbondale, Glenwood Springs, and we're hoping Newcastle soon, and then Rifle, if all goes well. So it's a pretty good safe zone for kids, and the highest rates of youth use are in Aspen and in the the Vale area, the Eagle School District, and not so much as we go further west.
Is there any way you can help the school with their survey? Have you taken a look at how they conduct their survey, just so we can really get
The Healthy
feel
Kids
like we
Colorado
need better
survey.
information? Yeah.
So
Colorado, but then you said our school is doing an internal survey, I think.
yeah, so the Aspen High School did an internal survey last year because they were really interested in well, this is what the Healthy Kids data says, but what does it look like at a kind of more minute level? They asked some different questions like how many of your friends have used in the past 7 days? Have you used in the past 7 days? Like they tried to kind of narrow it down a little bit. And they got something like 98% response rate. It was excellent. It was really good. But yeah, it'd be nice to see them do it again. And so yes,
We can encourage that.
encourage
And
that.
they had a
for sure.
high percentage. You know, in having raised, I know my children are much older now, but sometimes kids take surveys and just, I'm going to mark this box. So a lot of that, you have to really look at those cognitive brains who are taking those surveys. And they're
And
not really
yes.
blue yet.
And how confidential do they really believe that it is another part of the puzzle. That if they feel like the school's doing it, then it can be hard because they feel like they could get
They're
in
going to know
trouble
it's
for it.
me.
Just on that note, though, I think recognizing that the Healthy Kids Colorado survey has been done longitudinally for
Long time.
decades now, actually, I think at least 15 years, and nationally as well. And there actually is a lot of confidence in that data from the folks that analyze these kinds of surveys and look at the results and throw out the Christmas tree, filling in the bubbles to make the Christmas tree image on the Scantron. Maybe they don't do
I thought you did that on your
anymore,
SATs.
Yeah. So I personally think public health has a lot of confidence in that survey and a confidence level in that data, and that we have longitudinal data even within the school district past or before 2017. So I think it's always good to have a little bit of skepticism, but I also have a lot of confidence in that survey as an appropriate tool to measure exactly what we're trying to measure here, which is use and self-reported use.
And in a lot of ways, it gives us patterns, right? So it might not be specific and correct down to the individual, but we can see what the patterns look like. We can see that Colorado has the highest rates of use. We can see the pattern in this valley when we go from Parachute to Aspen, and the rates consistently go up. So that gives weight to those.
Well, I can tell you what worked with my son with his very short smoking history. I cried hysterically when I found out. And I think he decided it was better to quit.
That's parental involvement.
Sat on the floor at the front door and cried hysterically. My father died of lung cancer, and my son was in the car seat next to my father's bed when my father died of lung cancer. And so that was always in my mind. And my son and my daughter were the ones that got really mad at people at Wendy's I let them eat at Wendy's though, at Wendy's in Glenwood Springs when people were smoking in the restaurant. And my little kids went over and lectured these adults eating at Wendy's.
We will accept all forms of support for getting parents involved.
I had to share that.
Parent
Sorry.
involvement would be.
We should keep moving. Is that it? That's all you got?
I think you've
you
got
have direction?
We've surprised you, didn't I?
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you for your support in that.
It's a big, vexing problem. Otherwise, you wouldn't all be here.
I know, so many times.
Putting so much brain
Again and again. I don't know.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Okay.
Guys, I can't do it.
And then we'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, it's not.
Our Tuesday work session, December 17th, and we are now oh, sorry, we're back. And this is Tuesday, December 17th work session, and this is Board of County Commissioners 2020 appointments and committee discussion. John Peacock.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. So we just set aside some time today to get direction from the board on appointment of both chair and vice chair, and then appointments to the different organizations that the board has either individual or sometimes a pair of commissioners representing the board on. And there's a whole list of those attached as a resolution that was adopted last year. The one thing that's missing from that resolution, I think, is Board of Health and APSHA. Both of which were
both of those
added on the in the course of the year. So we'll probably want to chat about those first, or those also. But first, I wanted to just talk about the chair and vice chair appointment. The board has discretion to appoint chair and vice chair by a majority vote. It has been the board's practice for some time now. I think this practice probably preceded us formalizing it back in 2005, I think is what's in the memo, by rotating by the district number. And every now and then we make adjustments because obviously there are 5 districts and 4-year terms. So from time to time, in the rotation, it's come that because of term limits, you might have a first-year commissioner coming into the chair position. Typically, the board has made adjustments at that time. This year, we don't have that circumstance. If the board sticks with that rotation by district, Steve, who is vice chair this year, would be moving into the chair position. And Kelly, who will have completed her first year, so doesn't qualify for that exemption, would be moving into the vice chair position. Again, these appointments have to be made by majority vote. They're at the discretion of the board. From staff's perspective, overall, the rotation method has worked well. So we're recommending sticking with that, but we're putting it out there for the board's discussion and direction.
Patty?
The other thing we always bring into the discussion is if the person wants to.
Oh, I've never asked that.
You asked that of me when I was running for re-election and everything was going on. Do you want to skip a year? Do you want to take a year? So I think it's really up to the person who's going to be stepping in as chair and might have a busy year ahead that they want to.
That is true. I was thoughtful with you, Patty.
You were, and I'm going to pass that thoughtfulness on.
And I remember when Rob Ittner, he was up for re-election that year, and he said he didn't mind running for election and being chair at the same time.
I did the same thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm in the same position coming into this, and I have no problem with being chair and, running or possibly having to run for election.
Okay. Is this your announcement?
If you decide to run for election.
No, I'm planning on.
Now be careful. If you announce it, you have to file, don't you? So don't announce it yet unless you're ready to file.
At this point, I am planning on.
Oh, really?
On filing for re-election.
So it sounds, Steve, like you'd be comfortable, and it is an additional burden of time and such
no,
as
it's not.
chair.
It's just a piece of cake, right? Right, Greg?
I like this. I like it.
Which is why we asked that.
I'm not giving it up without a fight.
Sounds like somebody else may know in a position of power.
So I know. It sounds like Steve's willing. Kelly, I guess it would be good for the board to hear from you whether you'd be willing to serve as vice chair.
I think you could handle it.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Yeah, sure.
When you're vice chair,
I figured it's coming around at some point.
it doesn't necessarily mean you have to move to chair.
That are,
But if you're vice chair, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to move to chair.
Yes.
You could reconsider in a year and go, forget it, I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with moving Stephen Kelly forward.
Me too. Okay with it, George?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
Well then.
And then maybe we can start with the two board. We can walk through these individually, or we can just ask if there are any changes that the board would like to make. I see George wants to just see if there's any changes that the board would like to make or propose.
Well, I have one to put out there, but maybe not for this year. I'm looking at Mr. Postman, because last year, with everything that was going on, I opted not to be the Board of Health, but you've done such a great job on that. Just want you to know that if you're ever wondering what you're doing, I'd be willing to step in for you. But you're doing a great job. But just so you know, I'm a backup for you.
You're interested.
If need be.
Thank you. Good to know.
Other than that, I'm fine with everything on here. I just have a question about our membership with National Association of Counties. Do you know how much that is? Because none of us are participating, and we just get a newsletter every week, and I don't know if we're seeing any direct benefit or.
I don't remember that off the top of my head. I may have an email with that.
Okay.
Andy, let me just see.
I was looking at their legislative conference the end of February, and maybe talk to Rachel to see if she ever felt she went because of public lands, and most of the stuff, even if you look at their conferences, it's if you're a member of one of the boards, you're active, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk to, I would like to talk to Rachel and see what she really saw as the benefit of being involved from the bottom, because she was up there. I think there's a different role you play.
I think Rachel felt like we got benefit out of participating in WEIR and in NACO.
Only because she was on the Public Lands Board.
Yeah, she was on the Public Lands Committee. Any of us could serve on a NACO committee.
It takes you a while to get up there since it's a national organization. Because with me, with the National Association of Regional Councils of Government, it took a while for me to get elected to the board, and you have to put in your time, and I don't know if any of us have thought about that.
Yeah,
but
and then looking.
I'm gonna have to get back with you. I'm not
Okay.
finding it off.
All right, I just was wondering, it's great to be involved in things. It's like the city of Aspen gets a lot of benefits back from Northwest Cog, but they never come to the meetings, and that really is what Northwest Cog is about, is being there on a regional level. But plus, we get back so much in benefits from Cog, and we get a newsletter once a month from NACO, and we get pictures, emails, but. So I think it might be, next time I run into Rachel, I'll pick her brain a little bit.
So I was looking at, like, even the NACO meeting in early March is the exact same time I'm gonna be at National Farmers Union as a delegate, and I feel like I can accomplish as much or more at National Farmers Union as NACO.
Yeah, I was just gonna see what Rachel saw, because she went to all of those. Because she went to all of them. And I see what she feels are the benefits of actually attending, because it's the end of February is the legislative meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've been monitoring. I go on their conference calls and listen for the EU, which is the NACO's Environment, Energy, and Land Use calls. And I listen in on those, and it'd take a compelling argument to justify going to wherever they have them, wherever they're in person.
Unless you're on the board.
Maybe if you're on their board, I'm not even sure then. So
let's just see.
So we'll try and bring some information back as far as the dues, and I'm not even sure if that's part of what we're paying for CCI, so I apologize. I'll have to go back and look at those.
It's separate.
I'm pretty. Yeah, I think
separate.
it is too. So we'll take a look at that.
Okay.
So it sounds
do we
like
even have a rep on here for that?
it sounds like really right now the proposal on the table is to keep the appointments, carry over the appointments from 2019 into 2020. There's.
Oh, and I'll just note, as far as CCI goes, you know, I feel like Steve and I just sort of tag team all the committee appointments, that the distinction between appointee and alternate doesn't exist much.
Yeah,
in
we
those
have to
committees.
put that down, and however you guys play it is fine. And then we need to send that thing off to COG by the 6th or something. I had one other question, though. And I've forgotten what, and everybody else is okay with all the other appointments not required by resolution?
I'm okay with it. I realize I want to spend more time going to the core. I'm the alternate for George there, but I've only gone to, I think, 1 or 2 meetings in the last year. So I'd like to help do more on that.
Have you ever been to a workforce investment board meeting, Mr. Postman?
I have not been to a
I'm not
workforce
even sure we
investment.
have those, but it looks good on here.
It's been on there the whole time. The concern I have about that one is that it seems as if they're trying to build workforce when we have the highest rate of employment we've had in a long time.
That's why they aren't doing much these days.
Yeah,
because
so I don't understand.
Nan and I are working on that.
We're obligated to participate somehow.
State statute changed a little bit because different regions. So Nan and I are playing tag team on that one.
And it is a creature of the state, really.
Statutory.
Yeah, and so that's, you know, it will be consistent whether the economy is good or not.
And
right, whether it's necessary or useful or not.
One thing that I see we might need to decide on, the Board of Health, I don't know if it's official, but we were asked to have an alternate member to that also.
Oh, that's just to a regular seat, not as to, like Greg.
Or was it to have another voting seat?
No, we
I
just
think
wanted
it
to
was
have
just an alternate.
an alternate so that if I can't be there because I'm somewhere else, we've got somebody who can step in. I think
From our board, or I thought it was just in general.
I thought it was in general too, but Greg, you might have better recollection
I'm going
of
to
that.
circle back with Karen on that because I came away thinking that they were alternates from our various boards, so that
Well, if you need
Ann
an
Mullins can't
alternate,
show
I
up,
can be, I would love to be
you could be
Greg.
alternate.
I think that she wanted 2 alternates, one being another commissioner, and then one
I don't know.
From the
from
community.
the community.
Well, then she also has the city, though, and we've got Snowmass, so that it could be that it was an alternate from each of the municipalities and the county, and then a citizen at large. But let me
So
circle
why don't
back
we
with
check
Richard,
with Karen,
into that.
and then if it is a commissioner as an alternate that they're looking for, I think Patty's volunteer.
I
It
would-
looks like I
I would
saw
love
some
to.
head nods.
That's
and
okay with everybody.
Can be kind of a step in.
And then I have a question for George.
Yes.
Who, Intermountain TPR, does
Yes.
Garfield County have a rep on that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, who is it? Tom?
John Okowski.
Okay, I just keep passing that intersection where the boat ramp is, wanting that acceleration lane, and it's really in Garfield County, so maybe I'll push Garfield County to look at it, because it's in their county.
I'll update everybody on
Yeah.
TPR.
Yeah,
They have their own lists, and
yeah, I want to
it is
add
what
that
it
to
is.
their list, so let me know how that goes.
You do it.
I'll call him.
Any other?
I'm really concerned about it.
There's not really a lot of changes.
it
Maybe
this
one
morning.
addition, maybe one deletion, depending on future information. Is that fair? We can bring those back in open discussion before we bring the resolution
Great.
forward.
Excellent. That's good enough, I think.
Is that anything else that?
Now, the best thing about the NACO newsletter that we get is they always have a circle the words puzzle on there. So late at night when you're really going blind, you can do that before you go to bed.
So we could, if there were, maybe you could update us on January 7th on the work session?
Yeah.
And then we'd have the resolution all ready for the 8th. In case there's any changes.
Just tweak it a little bit if need be.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay?
Okay, you're ready to move on to
Yeah,
future
I'm
agendas?
gonna just copy you on that note to Karen, which I'm sending right now, and we'll move on. Future agendas, thank you.
All right, just a few things from me. Tomorrow, There will be 2 additions to the agenda. One will be an IGA with snowmass. So there'll be an emergency resolution. We are going to be entering into an agreement with snowmass to collect the tobacco sales tax. And so that was as we are working with snowmass on the fact that our tax was going to be collected within snowmass, and we had agreed to an IGA. We had been working with City of Aspen, but it made more sense to work with snowmass on collection of the tobacco tax. So that will be on. We want to have that effective before January 1st.
What about the Pekin County side of basalt?
Yeah, all of it. No, they'll collect in
No.
unincorporated Pekin County.
But there's no retail tobacco sales in incorporated basalt that's in Pekin County?
So they would, snowmass would be doing that collection for us, whether it's in basalt.
Oh, they're going to
or-
collect it for us.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
That was I thought we were collecting it in snowmass.
Oh, no, other way around. They're collecting it for us because
Sorry if
they
I was
already have,
confused, but-
yeah, Department of Revenue will not do it.
Okay.
Snowmass is already set up to do sales tax collection, so they'll be doing it for us. And then Jeanette has an addition that I believe was Silver's Mountain Ranch, and so I'm not clear on what that is. I just heard about it yesterday on break. So she'll be preparing that, and Greg will let you know.
A land use?
Thanks.
Don't we have a huge
don't think
agenda
it's-
tomorrow? And we're
Oh, we've got 7.
It's a pretty big agenda.
we got big land use.
Always
Well,
is
maybe
the
an
last one of
event.
the year.
Yeah.
Always is.
We're going to get it all
Do
done.
you know how complicated? What's this Silver's Mountain one?
I don't. I
Green cookies?
literally got a 15-second update that there's going to be an addition, so I do not know what it is yet.
Bring some rhubarb.
There were also. Is that tomorrow's agenda?
I think this is the most recent.
Well,
one.
this is okay. There were also 2 items on there that were confusing. Remember, John? The annual TDR program, was that a public hearing?
That is a public hearing.
Okay, so, but the forwarding of the GMQS is not.
Correct.
Okay, because I was concerned
Yeah,
as to.
no, we double-checked that, and it
Okay.
is written as a public
I
hearing.
didn't know that our TDR discussion was a public
and then
hearing.
I
where
don't
does
think
the
anyone's
IGA
ever
go?
showed up.
Well, maybe that's why.
The IGA is just in.
It's somewhere.
We'll place it tomorrow morning. It'll be an emergency resolution, so it can be effective
And
right
both
away.
those items will be properly noticed for tomorrow's meeting?
Okay.
Yeah,
Or
Jeanette's
after the
got
time.
them. The only other thing that I've got for you for future agendas is the joint meeting with Open Space and Trails will be moved from January 7th to January 14th, just because there are a number of Open Space and Trails board members.
Let's just do
apparently.
another work session.
Yeah,
Right. Great.
Yep. That's all I got for you right now.
I have one thing.
Yep.
On the 8th, I've asked if we can move the ski company ordinance to the end of the meeting and put the growth management item before that. Because that'll be a quick one.
Take it out the door.
Yeah.
I think
Unless
that's
you
a
want to
good idea.
torture me to sitting
you
upstairs
could
in
ask
my
Steve's
office
permission for
watching
that
on
one.
TV for 4 hours.
Steve will have to give you permission on that one.
Should be a 10-minute deal.
Ski companies one?
They'll probably come in and just want to table it.
Then I might want to stay around for that. Which,
Okay. What else, Kelly?
I have a couple things. I just want to acknowledge Joe DeSalvo's note to us regarding our conversation about ESPN and X Games, and see how we should bring back around a conversation about whether to charge them. And we know, the sheriff was invited to that meeting and missed it, but that's kind of hanging out there. So I wanted to check in with everybody.
Well, I mean,
it's a bigger discussion than just X Games, though, isn't it? It's all of
that's
this.
for a future agenda, or you want to have a discussion in terms of charging ESPN for this year's X Games in January?
I mean, we didn't have a direction, so
I mean, I
I like to
suggested,
tie up loose
You
ends
suggested it
I suggested for a future agenda item,
Okay.
not to charge them
for this year.
this year. I don't know,
I think that's what I understand.
so that would just be on a future agenda.
We're gonna do it this year because they'd
But
already
it's
done their
beyond
contract.
just, yeah, I mean.
it's beyond X
Beyond
Games.
X Games, just
Sure.
special events in general too, right? Major special
And
events.
dignitaries and all that stuff.
Yeah, and and so what I'd envisioned for that, that's what I walked away understanding was that we needed to schedule a work session probably early first quarter of next year will probably be the best time. And I think it was 2012 or 2013, the board had talked about these types of events, and I think that's what Joe is referring to in his email. We've been working under kind of that general policy of some of these large special events that have either national or international kind of value in promoting the resort. The county has waived fees on, and there are really two. There is the Pro Cycling Bike Challenge that met that criteria in the summer, and X Games. That policy was also set at a time when we were coming out of the recession, and is probably a different set of community concerns and pressures. And so what I would envision is bringing back the AIS and policy direction from that conversation back in 2012, 13, whenever it was, and either confirming or looking to the board to modify it.
Well, thanks for clarifying.
Thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, thanks for bringing it back around.
And then one other thing that has just been stirring around for me is Congress's action on creating a 988 emergency line for mental health crises.
Federal Congress, the big guys? Does it go directly to the White House?
Well, I don't, I'm just curious about that and sort of what that implicates for our mental health policy efforts here and dispatch and, so just something to put on the horizon that,
That's a great
we can get a
discussion we
report
could have.
out.
I think it's like a 911 for suicide, right? It's a 988.
Or is it mental health just in general?
I think it's
a suicide.
suicide.
So who is answering the phone on the other end? Is it someone local? Is it someone in
I don't know.
India?
statewide,
All good
Someone in
nationwide?
India?
I don't think.
How do they get the information
Well,
back?
let's get public
us?
health to
Hi, my name is.
So yeah, so we don't have an answer
The
to a
White
lot
House
of those
staff.
questions. I will say that as the state went through their own hotline adjustments, that was a difficult transition for us because of lack of coordination with law enforcement, with our own local efforts, and
Who did they
and that
then
sort
call?
of thing. And we've definitely been working on that. So we'll have to look into that. I have no idea.
I thought it was just a mental health hotline to the.
GR
White
have anything
House.
for future agendas? Okay, we're ready for your presentation. Come on up.
Careful. He'll do it.
He's wearing that airport vest. I'm not sure we're ready for that.
Anything else on
Oh, and then one other thing that keeps coming up for me with open space, maybe could they report out on the work that they've done with the Healthy Rivers Board over the last 9 months? Because they got together earlier this year to figure out ways that they can be more collaborative, and I keep meaning to ask that during one of our joint meetings, but perhaps they could come back with a report at our next joint meeting on that.
I think it's the sooner we get Healthy Rivers involved in Phillips, at least with Phyllis and the team, I think the better. So we start looking at the river through their eyes.
The river runs through it.
Bring forward Conservancy as well. I'm sure they'll have all sorts of ideas. Just looking for anything else on.
Are we
here.
doing future agenda still, or are we doing
We're
nothing?
still. I think we're on future agendas.
I'm still on future agendas, but
I'm
Anything
done
else? Anything else, John?
not for me.
Open discussion. We've got our Holy Cross Energy letter of support. Thank you all for pushing that.
Yeah, that was good, finally. That's great.
Board open discussion.
I've
Yeah,
got
let me just
three
grab-
things, but is GR here with an open discussion?
No, I'm here to ambush the county.
No, he's here because I
Forgot to
missed a
sign?
signature that he really needs.
Okay, turn off your mic and we'll
Um,
continue open discussion.
The,
Sensitive.
You can bother him. Steve can talk.
the
about
only
it.
thing that I had for open discussion was we had the decision around discretionary fund and whether you guys wanted to push any of that out to
Did we have the
nonprofits
information
or
from
such.
Charlotte?
Oh, I handed it out last time. I do not have it this time.
But
I
she was
can,
going to update it, because when I talked to her today, she wasn't, this morning, or yesterday, she wasn't sure about something.
I was just asking what we did last year.
That was left out last week.
Yeah, it wasn't on the
Left out.
list. we
We've
got.
only spent 200.
I know what we spent,
Oh,
but.
2019.
No, 2018,
18.
2018, how we allocated those dollars. That's what I was asking for. Maybe I didn't say that clearly.
Yeah, I thought we had that. Let me.
You want to send
I
her a
had it in my
quickie?
hand, but I don't have it here.
No, because we were supposed to get updated
So how
today.
much do we have, John, left? We got
9,000.
750.
9,750.
The
okay.
only 250 we used was for Club 20. In 2019, that's all we used. My question would be, have we ever used funds to cover the deficit in Planned Parenthood when Garfield County pulled out their funding?
Have we ever, or
I don't-
could we, is the
We
question?
could, I think.
Discretionary fund. I'll just ask Charlotte if she has copies.
I'll
of
ask
what we
John.
have.
John, could we use monies and contribute them to Planned Parenthood for education, testing, screening, preventative medicine?
Yes.
Preventative? Because I know Garfield County has withdrawn their funding for Planned Parenthood, and I would like to see a small contribution of some amount, 500, 1,000 maybe, to help with that. We'd said in the past, when Garfield County first pulled out that funding, that we would do what we could to try and cover that. Well, not cover it, but make a dent in it. And I think since we have
What did
$9,750,
they, I'm sorry, what did they pull out of? I mean.
Planned Parenthood,
I
the
mean-
whole, all their contributions.
Oh, and do we do we normally contribute?
We did in the past.
So I'm still a little confused. Why would we be, we currently support.
We
funding.
support it, and I don't know how much we give towards Planned Parenthood, but I know, or maybe at some point we were gonna try and make up for the decrease in funding when Garfield County pulled out, because it's a valley-wide service.
Oh, that's what I was wondering. So it's valley-wide service, so the different counties, Eagle County,
Eagle County still
participates.
contributes. I think Garfield County was the only county that pulled out
and
funding.
they still pulled out.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, okay, well, I would support that.
Yeah, and I just thought if we identified it for preventative education, screening, those kind of issues, it would be very beneficial to Planned Parenthood.
I could see giving them part of that. Sure,
So $1,000?
fine.
Do you know how much
What do they normally contribute? Do we know?
I'd support giving them some money, but without seeing the whole list, because always before we,
There'll
like
be other
juggle,
things.
Well,
see
I'm just,
who else
we
we're
can,
giving
well, we gotta
to.
start somewhere, so we might as well put it on
I
our
would
list.
say, I mean, maybe 1,000, but
That's what I said.
Sure.
did you, yeah.
That gives us 8,000. This is a lot more money than we usually
Yeah,
have.
usually, in the past, I know we've given to the homeless shelter, we've given
Lift
to
Up.
the Lift Up. And there was one, I don't know if we used to give to the Hope Center, but Mind Springs or.
But now they're under that
now
whole,
they're under the umbrella for the Healthy Community
Yeah.
Fund.
There's also, and I apologize, I had this in my notes to start off with. You had also asked for recommendations from Nan.
Right.
As far. She had two. One was for Food Bank of the Rockies.
Yeah.
They are not currently a grantee of the Healthy Community Fund, but our department, particularly Human Services, works closely with them on mobile food pantries and the SANA food system, and I've forgotten what that.
that's the food security?
Yeah, I forgot exactly what the acronym stands for. I'm sorry.
Nutritional assistance, something.
It's
It's
the food
something, yeah.
security something.
I've
Is
gone
that,
to
and that's different than the food bank?
The other request actually came through CORE, who's also currently not a recipient of Healthy Community Fund, obviously recipient of REMP dollars. They are looking for support. They're looking for $1,500 right now for an event, and I believe the event has to do with
mental health and climate
mental health
change.
and climate change. Yeah,
Right.
Mental health and climate change?
yeah, and they're looking.
Are they working
for,
with CLEAR on that?
They were asking for $1,500, and
I
I
don't know
do
anything
not know
about
if
the
they're
event.
working
I wanted to
with CLEAR.
bring that one back around before we voted on that one. I have to say, I'm wondering if it's covering ground that's already been covered or already being covered. So I'm a little.
A new one, but.
That's fine. Those were the two that Nan had identified that weren't on the list. Obviously, even though the economy is good and employment is good, there is still a lot of food stress in the valley, and so the food bank of the Rockies is
Surprised
definitely.
something didn't come out of the housing stability work.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I guess one of the ideas, I don't know how much the need is, but to cover some of the costs for the early housing if, when the homeless shelter wasn't open.
Well, that's a
Right.
good, with the
I've-
Catholic
The
church?
homeless shelter. Yeah.
Oh,
I
they-
know the
they
Mountain
housed 'em.
Chalet, housed
They
some
did a
people.
temporary somewhere else. That's, see, we have a lot of questions out here.
Well, thanks.
Are you a runner?
And then,
Pretty funny. Were you just upstairs? and heard the
another,
conversation?
we were invited by CC4CA to
You're so good, thank you. Appreciate it.
a higher dues tier if we so chose. We're at their core tier, but they're always looking for additional contributions. Again, our dues for them are $10,000, which I think is a steal compared to our other county groups.
I wanted to put a plug in. I certainly think that supporting the homeless shelter locally, it's local money spent well, Lift Up certainly. I wanted to propose Aspen Journalism as a recipient. They are able to do quality journalism, local, important quality journalism, something that's in short supply around the country and an endangered thing. And they support a lot of local journalists who then disperse the stories they do to all the publications. So they have a reach that includes, I think, everyone, the newspapers, the radio, probably the magazines. I would like to support Aspen Journalism. I think they're a necessary institution in our nonprofits.
And they're a nonprofit.
They're a nonprofit.
That doesn't get any funding.
Board, no, they don't get
Right,
funding
because
from us.
I just, thanks for the clarification on the nonprofit status, because I'd be afraid of funding a media outlet.
Right.
And then
Well,
we'd
we've
be
given
hearing from
money
the
to-
Times and the Daily News and the Denver Post. How come you're not?
We've given money to KJAX in the past, and I don't
They're
know.
under
The
the
non-
health, they're under the Healthy Community Fund, KJAX and
KJAX is now? Okay, I
and,
thought we gave them an extra bump one year, didn't you suggest?
It might have been before they,
So I $500.
I think that would be a great thing, 500,
Okay.
if we're spreading it amongst all these groups, 500 seems.
I can
would be-
support that.
Thank you.
In the last couple of years, we've given to the Hope Center. Were they a recipient for the Healthy Community Fund?
Yes.
Are
They
they?
came back into the fold.
Yeah, so they actually have a contract in the Healthy Community Fund. I want to say it's for $75,000, but I'd need to double check
I think that might be right.
for critical incident response. So I think that was a year where we had made a contractual change and the board had reached out to
Right, you
provide
wanted to
some
support them.
additional funding.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. The Lift Up and the homeless shelter, I think, are important. Planned Parenthood, certainly important.
I would note for the board that the board did approve a supplemental appropriation to support the homeless shelter. We made and it was a fairly significant contribution for additional case man. It was more than that.
That was to cover the months that we know the shelter's open.
The months that we know the shelters,
knowing
yeah,
that winter
different
came in early.
different conversation than the one you're bringing up. I just wanted you to make sure you're aware that
That we're supporting them already.
Yeah,
Certain
there's
aspects
a-
of what they're doing.
there's additional funding already.
That was the homeless shelter.
Correct.
What about SANA again?
Sauna, right.
Yeah, that is through the food bank of the
So
Rockies.
that's the one in the same. Food Bank of the Rockies is part of SANA.
On their mobile food pantry and the Santa Food System organization.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they do enormous
Sure.
work.
Mhm.
So I would like to see some money going to the food bank.
They're part of our carbon footprint too. If they can redistribute waste food or leftover food or additional stock from the Upper Valley to Lower and back and forth, they're actually doing something valuable in terms of food security as well as food supply and
That's
food
where
waste.
the SANA comes in there.
Steve?
I was wondering about Mountain Family Health, since they're having financial trouble right now because of the change in the,
They need about $80,000
clients.
or $800,000.
would be we could give them a token thing just as to help a little bit.
They're still doing capital fundraising actually for the basalt facility, and it may be appropriate to, since we're benefiting from that also. If you went that way, that's the way I'd go.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, maybe the
How much
capital.
do we give lift
I
up?
know we had a
Give
bit of
lift
a
up the
email
balance
thread
usually,
yesterday,
don't
the
we?
day before about
Last year was
PACT program
almost
and
1,400. The
Mine
year before
Springs
was
and
almost
the
1,900.
difficulty they have retaining and keeping people from burning out, with staffing issues up here. And I don't know what we can do. Certainly not with our discretionary fund. We're not going to be able to hire anybody, but if we
That's
can help
probably
them-
a bigger conversation.
That's a
yeah.
big conversation that we'll come back to.
Is
but
this with Mount, this is with?
This is with
Mount-
Mine Springs and,
Mine Springs, yeah.
counseling services and the PACT program, and
Yeah.
just keeping that. There's clearly a need for it, and that's going to require more than we can do here.
So I just want to kind of go through the list that I've been keeping. So I've got Planned Parenthood, and there was a proposal to fund them at $1,000. Food Bank of the Rockies, for which we have not put a dollar amount
No,
to
and I have a
yet.
question there. So we usually do lift up food bank. Don't they get money through Healthy Community Fund?
Yeah, and I think that is why Nan was suggesting
Suggesting the
Food
other,
Bank of the
okay.
Rockies, who's
Because we
not
always do
getting-
lift up
Mhm.
and the homeless shelter, so they're getting some funding. So we could look at areas we haven't funded.
We'll do
that are
1,000
need
to
of-
food bank.
We had
I
the
would do
core
1,000.
proposal that Greg wanted to maybe revisit before CC4CA to add on to the core membership level.
Do we have to do
Aspen
that every year?
Journalism, which the board had indicated $500.
That was to who?
Aspen Journalism.
Aspen Journalism. I have this kind of task as an emergency housing funding. I don't know that that'd necessarily go to the homeless shelter. It may be a fund that we carry over for emergencies when it's cold and the
Who's
shelter
the organization there's an organization that does that when you reach out to them for energy assistance or one-time rental because you're behind? Who is it that does that?
Economic assistance program.
It's through,
But John, you're saying we could carry some of this over through the winter for any sort of
CC4CA,
emergency?
how much?
if we create an
needs?
emergency fund.
We'd have to do an appropriate. If you didn't
500 to
send
30,
it, if you
500.
didn't spend it, we could reappropriate it. And
I mean, unless we
500 to
have some really
3,500?
burning needs, I think
Oh,
that's
the
a good idea.
range.
And
Unless we
then-
have a burning need, I think that's probably a good idea, is to have a little carryover for this winter.
After last winter.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I just, because the shelter runs December to April, so there was times in November, people didn't have anywhere to go, that local hotels house them, and there's likely times in
Well,
May that could happen again,
And I think that assistance, when people, especially if we have cold winters and their gas bills go up, from $250 to $500, and they just need that one time to make sure their gas doesn't get turned off or they get behind.
we have assistance funding in HHS, where we've appropriated an amount of
Right.
funding that
Right.
we have some discretion, that would be another place that you could put it, and with the expectation that it's used to offset
That's
those
a
kinds
broad
of-
reaching fund.
Mm-hmm.
So it's for housing coverage for a month if you have an illness in the family or something, or for utility, or, you know, you missed a paycheck because you,
Whatever the emergency is that may need coverage, so that you're eating, keeping a roof over your head, bridging the gap, if you will.
so I think at the end of this, we should look at what we have for maybe some funding to go into that.
And then their Mountain Family Health was the last one.
And
that I had.
CC4CA,
CC4CA.
what are our options there?
So we're at a core, their core plus membership is up to 13,500. So we'd be bridging the 10,000 to 13,500 at whatever amount we want.
What's the difference between the memberships? It's just more
I don't
money?
Get more food at lunch.
I
To
think
support.
it's a way to
support.
provide some a vehicle for counties to provide some discretionary support, as CC4CA is still in kind of a startup mode, and so.
So it could be a one-time deal. It doesn't commit us to have to
That's right.
be at that level each year?
Correct.
That's right.
Okay.
We have committed our $10,000 for core through the budget process, and then this would be sort of an additional, they're not expecting it. That
And how
we'd
much
say-
is it? How much more?
Well,
Anything we-
up to another $3,500.
Oh, up to, so we could do for $1,000?
Correct.
Yeah,
But what,
Oh, I
what,
see, okay.
yeah.
what are we doing
So
for,
I would do some, whatever you
Do
think.
1,000 then? I would go
I would-
2,000 on that.
I wouldn't go
Two?
I wouldn't go 2,000.
No,
because
'cause
I-
I'd
would
rather keep some
money
home in our
for
emergency fund.
emergencies here.
Yeah.
I
That's
think
great.
everyone,
I
I
think that's
heard
great.
everyone saying 1,000, I thought,
I think we said 1,000, yeah.
what about,
right?
what about counties and commissioners acting together? Don't they, do they have enough funding, or? I think that's been a big benefit to us with the kind of the turmoil at CCI.
I don't remember what, I mean, our dues
I-
to them are
I don't
higher
want- I
than
don't
what we're
wanna
paying to
just indiscriminately
CC4CA.
just give
Yeah.
membership organizations more money.
Well, why are we doing it for CC4CA?
Well,
I
I
think
mean-
comparatively, our dues to CC4CA is less than CCAT and much less than CCI, and the amount of work that they're doing on our behalf is exceptional.
and what's,
That would
That's
be
all I
my
needed to
argument
hear.
for just a little bit
So
of
I say we give them 1,000.
that's, and what's the core request? Because I'm not familiar with that at all.
They
What's
wanted
your issue,
1,500.
Greg?
They're talking about doing a seminar, a seminar next summer maybe on climate change and mental health. And,
Have you heard
and
about
No.
I think it's worth, we should dig into that one again. I'm not ready to, because we did it last summer already, and they didn't know about it, which is unfortunate. But it's, I
We
don't-
did it as part
I
of
wanna
the
support them.
Ideas Fest, didn't we?
Yeah, as part of the Aspen Ideas Health. I want to support CORE every chance I get. I'm just wondering if this is, you know, they're going to have to decide whether they do it or not. We have to decide whether or not we want to support them in that way, or maybe in some other direction.
And who they're doing it with. They're probably, if they're doing it in Glenwood, it's got to be with
No,
Clear.
they're doing it here, up
Not
here.
I thought it-
necessarily.
Yeah,
I thought I heard Glenwood was in
I
Glenwood.
think it's up here.
Yeah, it's not necessarily with Clear.
Oh. Well,
So-
that's another one. I don't know enough about it to.
I don't think we're ready to take the plunge on that. And if George doesn't
I
know
don't know
about
anything
it,
about it.
then George ought to come. Let George report.
Yeah,
that.
I don't know what to tell you, George. I
was just a note.
thought you
Now you
guys
know.
might.
Tell
yeah.
George now you know.
I know even less now.
For certain.
So,
Okay, so we've got Planned Parenthood,
What's-
Aspen Journalism, Food Bank, CC4CA.
So there's no dollar
500
amount,
total.
no dollar amount associated with the food bank at this point.
1,000.
Oh, I had it.
So
That's
what's
we
our
did.
Oh, I'm
total
sorry.
that we
Okay, I
have
missed that.
available?
we have 6,000. We had started with 9,750, and after the ones John just listed, we have 6,250 remaining to be decided.
And do we have to do it today, or should we?
No, we can set up a discretionary emergency fund, right, John?
Yeah, so,
1,200.
yeah, either
if it
that
doesn't-
or, carry those appropriations over to, the emergency funding in HHS right now.
So could we use that, say, if Huts for Vets needed something there?
Um,
Really can't. It would be dedicated
That's a little
to-
bit outside of
Yeah,
what
and,
that
and same
fund is
thing
for.
with core. I mean, we can't. It's not like it's that open. it's more for somebody who's in need.
Or we could just reappropriate it into your discretionary fund next year, and you would have
So we can add it to.
13,000. We'd do that in the first quarter budget supplementals,
I've never
for
done that
example.
before. I've always
We've
spent
never
it.
done that before, but
Well, that's all right.
if you want some flexibility,
Well, then if we found out more about what CORE's doing after the first of the year, we could take it from there then. Yeah?
Mountain Family Health was the other one. Was
I don't know
there?
if we can, we did
For their
$1,000
capital
last
campaign.
time.
It's up to you guys. It's whatever. It's whatever.
I wish we could do it to more than, well, what would be the best way for them to utilize
We're
the funds?
supporting them pretty significantly.
Alrighty.
This is more about you guys having some discretionary funding left at the end of the year, where you want to identify organizations to provide a little bit more additional support.
Yeah, I would just put this into discretionary, because if for some reason, come February, the Hope Center says, we really need some more help,
Or the vets
or the vets or whatever, we'd have it.
Yeah, I'd rather do that than
Okay.
Response
zero
has
it
an
out.
emergency
I just didn't know we didn't
shelter
have to
program.
zero it out.
You
Don't tell us we can do whatever we want
You
with
can
it.
do whatever you want. You never have to balance. You never have to zero it out.
Okay.
If you don't zero it out and you do not give staff direction on it, it will go back into fund balance, which is frankly at this board's discretion anyway.
I would like it
and how
to go
use.
specifically back into our discretionary fund for 2020.
And we can,
Do that?
yeah, so what I'm hearing right now is that in our first quarter supplementals, whatever balance is left over after Planned Parenthood, Food Bank of the Rockies, CC4CA, and Aspen Journalism would go back as an additional appropriation into the board's discretionary fund. They'll give you a little bit more
So
flexibility.
Greg, that would
Is
also
that-
help you if the emergency manager came up with a great project for fire mitigation.
Right.
That money would be in a
Yeah, ask
fund
her
we
to
could use
Come
across
up
the
with
board.
something.
I knew you
How hard
wanted to
can this
work
be?
on that, but then
Yeah.
she could actually come up with a project we might be of assistance.
So we
with.
So
have
for
time.
Food Bank of the Rockies, since the federal money is drawing
Oh.
up for a lot of people, should we give extra, like 2,000 to them, do you think?
That's a really good idea. 41,000 people in Colorado may lose their SNAP benefits.
Sure, 2,000.
They
Let's
give
do
back.
2,000
So
for
now we're
food
up to
bank.
4,500 today, and then we can
Now we have
put the rest in the
4,250.
Okay. So you will see that in your first
No,
quarter
we have
supplement.
4750.
Right. We know what we're spending today, though.
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah. So you'll see that then come back in your first quarter supplementals.
Okay,
Okay? That's all I got for you.
thank you.
Great, thank you.
So I've got three items. One, yesterday, I, along with Phyllis Mattice and Jordana Sabella and Mike Krasovsky, were all at a meeting in Carbondale of the housing group that Dave Myler and Bill Lamont are heading up. And we discussed a memorandum of understanding to create a Roaring Fork Housing Coalition is the tentative name to it. But then the discussion partly revolved around taking it clear down as far as Parachute. So it would be kind of the RAFTA territory basically would be where it would encompass. And the purpose and mission to promote regional collaboration and cooperation among the members in order to we talked about, it always said workforce housing. We wanted to make it say affordable housing. And that could include transitional housing for homeless, and it could include for senior citizen housing and employee housing, to serve as a resource for the members regarding housing programs, financing and grant opportunities, public-private development opportunities, state and federal legislation, to thoroughly analyze the Roaring Fork Valley Regional Study and develop a strategy regarding the recommendations of that, to assist members in the development of affordable housing policies, to research, organize, and promote public-private partnerships to develop housing projects similar to the Basalt Vista project. And then the one thing that we are decided to leave out was have no discussion about creation of a multi-jurisdictional housing authority at this time, because different groups, including us, were not in favor of that earlier. So it's still, yesterday was the first draft. Based on everybody's recommendations, they're coming back with an updated draft in early January. For funding, we discussed having for 2020 a budget not to exceed $100,000. We don't think it would reach that much, and that would be apportioned among all the towns and counties that are involved in it. And so that's really all I have to report to you. This was just a rough draft that was changed a lot, and so I said I would just let you all know that this effort is ongoing, and I think
So Steve,
we really have to see, probably run it by our attorney's office to see if, you know, how it sounds legally from their viewpoint.
I think we have to run it by the Board of County Commissioners, see whether.
And the Board of County
how we
Commissioners.
want
Yeah,
to
'cause I thought
participate
we
and at
didn't
what
sign
level.
on to this.
so the
I'm not going to be, funding housing and parachute. Sorry.
And we did put some money into the regional housing study that was done.
yeah, so just the history as I recall it is through public health, we put in some dollars on the regional housing study to collect information through their survey mechanisms on issues broader, than just workforce housing. And there was also funding that went through APSHA to fund the study. I believe $25,000, and of course, half of that is coming from the county. The board took an initial position of concern about the creation of a regional housing authority versus a less formal kind of organization. I think mostly around land use concerns, as I recall, that the housing authority would have locations and extent land use capabilities, and then a board that would probably be dominated by representation from outside Picking County, for example. And that was a concern, in addition to the fact that we already have a multi-jurisdictional housing authority that we're working with and funding to a significant degree right now for both operations and capital. And so this would be a potentially new request coming forward to you guys for funding. And so, Steve, the $100,000 is more feasibility.
Well, that was not to exceed, and I think a lot of that, there are several people in the greater community who are really experts on, developing, funding affordable housing projects. And the thought was to have somebody hired who would lead the effort, and that's what a lot of the money would go towards, that one position.
Do you know who those experts
Or
are?
one part-time position, not a full-time.
Do you know who those experts in affordable housing are in this valley? Because maybe we could utilize them with some of our issues at Phillips. I don't know who that would be, but I'm concerned about just changing it from an authority to a coalition. What does that mean? I mean, this is all new to me because I thought we had decided to look at the results of this study, which, you know, they've done the presentations, which was pretty much a lot of the stuff we've been hearing for 40 years. But I think right now with us trying to get our act together with the Pickens County Housing Authority, Aspen Pickens County Housing Authority, which we're doing great progress on, by the way, thanks to you two here. I think we'd have to be careful, you know, going out and saying, now we're going to jump into this one because people will be asking us why we're getting into that one when we can't even get this one to work as well as some think it should be or some think it shouldn't be. So I don't know. I'd have to know a lot more before we spend county attorney time even on it when, you know, we've got a lot on their plates these days. So did Phyllis have any input with you, John? This is all kind of new to me, so maybe
You
I
know,
missed it.
we have not had, Phyllis let me know that the meeting took place, and I think she relayed that Steve actually had represented the board's position on the authority in the past, and the challenge, I think, of funding from Pickens County. Is that a fair way of putting it, Steve? But we have not had time to really go into detail about what's proposed, or even, it wasn't clear to me whether there is a specific ask of Pickens County.
At this time, there is
Okay.
not a specific ask. The updated draft in early January probably will be more specific in terms of, you know, there's quite a few different communities involved in this and 3 different counties potentially involved. So it, you know, it might not end up being that much per entity that is being asked.
Well, yeah, but who's going to sign up for it? Who's going
And we
put
have
in?
to, you know, I think the foundational question is, do we support a regional solution? You know, I think we have to even answer that before even.
And I think part of that
Because this is
is
getting beyond exploratory.
I think part of that too is funding. Funding is a priority because there's been a lot of looks at the upper end of the valley to fund it, and I think we're already strapped on our funding in the upper valley. So.
And it goes to your issue, Kelly, that we're going to address during the retreat is growth. And so when you look at Eagle County approving the tree farm, which is ridiculous because they're not really even coming close to providing affordable housing there. And then you look at Garfield County in terms of their development, you know, well, I'd be interested to see if Eagle County and Garfield County contributed, because in the past they hadn't. So I think we could just put this on a back burner. You just sort of keep us updated, Steve.
But do we want to send it to our attorney for preview?
Yeah,
or
when the thing comes in January, I'll bring the document to us and we can have.
But I don't think there's a
good.
board position to be representing right now, other than the fact that.
And I don't think there has been
Okay,
a board
I wanna be very
position
clear. I don't want them to be
represented.
misled that we're standing behind this and ready, willing, and able to fund it. We are still looking at trying to fund our own major projects, which are appropriate. So I don't know.
I think I hear what you're saying. I would love to express support for a regional solution for housing. I think it's an important thing to look at the entire valley and the region.
With growth management.
We also have the financial considerations to, you know,
absolutely.
and we're not going to be funding the whole regional. We're not going to fund it ourselves, and you know that's one of the questions. But I don't think we should avoid the conversation. I'd like to encourage the conversation.
And that's why we've stayed involved. We've tried to be conscious of the concerns that were raised by the board. Gosh, it was over in the library, so we're probably going on 18 months to 2 years
they
ago
did the
now.
presentation of the
No,
study.
we were real specific, like we already have our multi-jurisdictional housing authority, and that really complicated that we weren't going to join
And there,
that type of entity.
So they changed the name to coalition. So.
which does address some of the issues that we had 18 to 24 months ago. Now, whether it addresses all is a different.
What does that really mean?
Yeah, don't know.
Yeah.
So
You've got something else?
Two shorter things. We got two
You'll,
emails, one from John Emmerich regarding the date for the Crystal River Caucus to make comments about the Castle review. And John Emmerich's ask was if we could, the deadline right now is January 3rd, which is what ComDev had put out there. The Castle review is scheduled for January 22nd. He said that the Crystal Caucus meeting is on January 9th, and he asked if we could extend when the public comments could be submitted. Now, I have a feeling that it's probably a timeline that ComDev has, that they need the comments a certain length of time before the
Probably
review.
required by the resolution passing approving the castle was probably given a date.
Yeah.
I'll have to check on that. You know, and it may be time, the time frame was set to be able to incorporate the caucus's input, because public comment can come at any time up and until the meeting itself. And so, Steve, I am not sure I was on that email.
You didn't get Emmerich's lengthy,
Let me just look on here real
we
quick.
all fill up our phones.
Emmerich, I've got him in here.
Well, I'm getting them from everybody now.
Yeah, I'm doing a search and nothing's coming up.
Let's see, John Emmerich.
There he is.
Not
Motion's
seeing
passed the Crystal
anything since
Caucus.
August.
Now Ellen's sending us a
We've got
video
a-
of the
a-
flashing signs.
There was a letter to the Open Space Board, no, to us and the Open Space
Okay, it was
Board.
from Monday.
I just sent it to you, John.
Yeah,
Okay,
December
thank
16th.
you. So let me forward that on. And
The other one was Ellen Anderson's letter from December 14th regarding the little flashing open sign at the store.
Chad's, we just got an email from him. He's
Right,
already,
there.
our enforcement person is already on it.
Yeah, he's corresponding with Ellen and
Okay,
copying me,
okay.
so he's on
Saying
that.
he drove by and the sign had been turned off,
Okay.
as was requested of him to do. Now you want one that's fun?
Sure, give us a fun one.
It's Greg's billboards on Highway 82. There
Oh.
are 6 of them.
Yes, they're growing.
There's 6 of them between Mountain Rescue and the landfill. Some of them are on the property that we clean up ourselves as Pitkin County. I got a call from a constituent who was really concerned about them being more polluting than the trash on the highway. There are also 2 old signs with the Columbine that are beaten up. You can't even read them anymore. I don't know why they're even there, because you can't read them. And they're this big, and the other ones
The
are
Adopt a Highway
this
ones
big.
or whatever,
Mhm.
yeah.
So I called Brian Pettit. This is a program run by CDOT at the state level. It's not a local, because he talked with our great guy down here in Glenwood who said, it's out of my hands. Andrew works, Andrew Knapp with CDOT. He said the company, that these are billboards in exchange for the company paying to have a contractor clean the roadside. That means there should be somebody cleaning those miles between,
Woody Creek and,
between the
North Star.
landfill and the Mountain Rescue.
but they're also up on East Aspen.
Yeah, well, I was just driving that way and counted. I haven't been up that way.
And a sign every mile is out of control.
They're pretty frequent and they're pretty big. The only way you can get them removed apparently is if you sign an IGA that you will clean up the highway. City of Aspen did that on Main Street because they clean up Main Street anyway, so there were no signs within the city limits on Highway 82. So I don't know how the board wants to proceed with this. I think that they are much too big, and the company Dalwhinnie is a marijuana retailer out of the Front Range, and someone else I was talking to said that most of the signs you're seeing come up around Colorado are from marijuana retailers who have gotten in the loop of having free advertising on these massive signs. So I don't know what we want to pursue. I think we'd have to have some documentation that they're sending cleanup crews to actually clean up those portions of Pitkin County. I don't think we've seen that yet, but I don't know how we would track that. But especially if they're claiming to clean up what we already clean up between the intercept lot, the park and ride, and the landfill. Those are where there are multiple signs. So I don't know how we proceed with this. I think it's at a political level that we might want to look at drafting a letter to send from us to CDOT in Denver. Talking to Brian, it's more at a political level at this point. Talking to Brian Pettit.
I'll sign that letter. I think the signs are really unnecessary and.
You wanted to have the snowplows kind of.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're still there.
So we are cleaning up the highway, and our caucus cleans up a mile
Right.
down by Old Snowmess because we want to make it look prettier, and then this proliferation of little billboards is what it amounts to.
It's interesting. We're only
is
seeing
making the highway look less
Yeah.
attractive
We're
to
only
me.
seeing them at the entrance, and I don't remember seeing coming up into Aspen. I just remember seeing them going out of. I mean, if you're on,
Up Valley, you see them.
no,
Yeah.
but up Valley coming into town, do you see them going out of town?
I think so.
I mean, I don't see them on the Cozy Point side. Maybe it's because it's city?
I don't know,
I don't know.
maybe it's worth a phone call to Kathy Hall, who's our regional
if anybody's
transportation
bringing it.
commissioner.
Oh, yes.
Maybe
That's
it's
a
a
good
phone, maybe it's a phone call. John, you're good buddies with Kathy.
Yeah, I know Kathy. I could definitely, yeah.
Maybe a phone call is a place to start and see what she
Yeah,
says.
that's a good
and
idea,
If you
George.
send a letter to CDOT,
We get lost
We
in
have
the
a
shuffle.
tradition of
Yeah.
disappearing signs
Good
like
idea.
that.
We'll let the people of the
Bugsy.
Crystal to have those signs disappear, public property. Yeah, but I think it's time we find out what we can do about them, because once you see them, you can't take your eyes off the darn things. And I counted
Oh, yeah,
them.
no, I had the same in response.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted you to know I followed up with Brian and got this information, so, yeah. I think we should follow up on it.
Thank you. Thanks, Patty.
I thought you'd enjoy that one.
Yeah. Saved me from civil disobedience.
Commissioner gets
You
arrested.
could become a legend, just like
Exactly.
Bugsy Barnard.
He's already the
He
legend.
keeps bringing them up, but it'd be kind of hard just to use a regular chainsaw. You need a metal blade.
Yeah. Okay, enough of said about that. I just wanted to say, reading the papers lately, seeing that there are minority reports on the airport issue, have to say I'm glad those were put out there. And I'm looking forward to that conversation when it comes.
But I think the public needs to know that we, as a Board of Commissioners, have not made up our minds yet on the airport.
That's right, it's true.
So no matter what the papers may, I mean, people read the papers and say, oh, they've already made up their minds, and I want people to know we have not.
Are we gonna do board reports?
I was still in open discussion. The last thing is just, if I could, regarding our presentation on the Phillips last week, I'm just thinking, removing a trailer, no matter how old, whether it's movable or not, that hasn't been built and it doesn't meet really any modern energy code, from one side of the river to the other just seems counterproductive to me, and I'm wrestling with how we can avoid doing that. Taking something that's an energy pig or an energy leaking building and moving it at somebody's great expense to a new site where it will sit for another 40 years just seems really counter to our climate emergency and our energy code changes that we're looking forward to. So I just wanted to raise that question when it comes back to us again.
We do need to remember that those are people's homes, and that a lot of those, until we find out which ones can actually be moved, right now we're
Right. And on the same topic, I think as we're looking at building, if we build more structures there, we should be looking at making them as energy efficient as possible, of course. I know that has come up. Certainly a cluster of connected homes are more energy efficient than separate homes.
It'll come up under our new code, so.
Down by the pad where the 3 or 4 sites were next to the ranch house.
By the sheds.
Where the shed location, it might be much more efficient to create one building there rather than 4 separate buildings that have to be separated by 10 feet. You know, we might actually get more housing in there by thinking of a single
Unless
building.
that's where we were gonna move the trailers from across the street, across
Right.
the river.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with that. Okay, that's all I had to say.
Well, Kelly and I were spoken to by someone who spent that whole next night awake, laying in bed, wondering what's going to happen with her home, being worried that she was going to have to move and the pads weren't going to be big enough. And we were very clear that those final decisions on who's moving where and when and what are just in the process of evolving, and that has not been determined because we still have more information that's needed.
Right.
Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, we're at the, phase of trying to get a site plan put together and understand, how we're going to finance it. So there's still a lot of decisions, and as you get into site planning, sometimes new opportunities present themselves. Sometimes the opportunities you thought were there evaporate. So there will be some more changes as we move
looking
forward.
at that again.
Yeah.
Sure. Board reports. Is that where we were? Are we ready for that? Let's do it.
You want me to kick it? Northwest COG, we have a meeting. We had a meeting. We just finalized the budget, moved it forward. Nothing really new from that point. We are starting the new year ready to roll. The rural resort region, again, is the workforce housing. Nan and I are trying to figure that out, where they are and what they're doing. I'm just going to go through mine real quick because I know we have time because P&Z is waiting to come in. The other one is ACRA. Did everybody who wants to go to the luncheon get Charlotte to get the ticket? It's January 8th or 9th, 9th maybe?
I asked her for one.
Yeah, it's really a good function. It's part of their winter school. I don't have my January calendar here, but
Thanks for the
it's really
reminder,
worth going to. I might have put it in here. It might be it's a date where we could go. How does that sound? I didn't put it in my.
Well, just check with Charlotte if you want to
Just check with Charlotte.
Keep it simple here.
Okay.
Makes it.
Is that your
Didn't I say that a couple times and then still try to figure it out? Just check with Charlotte. I think that's all of mine that, yeah,
Okay,
for now.
thanks. Moving right along. Do you want to go, George?
What do you want me to say?
Core?
Core?
They're doing a thing we don't know about it.
Well, we just approved the budget at our November meeting. That was pretty much a budget meeting, and we're not meeting in December. So
Right.
we're working on, for the first quarter, we'll come up with some goals in terms of looking for additional revenues, knowing that rep dollars are diminishing to keep the programs strong and healthy.
What about Nordic Council? Have they met yet?
Yeah, they meet. They meet. Unfortunately, they meet during our Wednesdays now. And Gary Tenenbaum, or usually staff, is attending those. And if there's any sort of big issue, he'll bring it up. But Nordic Council is some of the issues we talked about, the Moore property, in terms of the connector. So they brought that forward to let the members know about that. And they have some snowmaking that they were able to utilize by the AVSC last year. But this year so far, they haven't been able to utilize that because ski company has been using all the water. The ski company had allowed the Nordic Council some of their water for snowmaking. This year so far, no water has been available because the ski company has been using snowmaking heavily to prepare the T-Bull and Golden Horn for the racers. So Nordic Council is looking to see if there's an opportunity to try to go after some water rights.
You skip RAFTA on there.
RAFTA, I was at the last RAFTA meeting. I can give you a quick one. We went through the budget, adopted the 2020 RAFTA budget. Everything, in a nutshell, everything's looking good. The two interesting sides are that the new electric bus system is 8 buses are on the road, and they've determined that they're actually getting better range than they anticipated. And they're working very well so far, so that's good. They think it's good for about 225 mile an hour range is what it's looking like, which is a little bit more than what they had thought. So that's good, and the buses are working well and being tested on all the routes. The other thing I brought up, and the board voted to ask the staff to look into the possibility of certain bus routes or buses, certain times of day that would allow dogs. Because we've got a high number, and I've been bringing this up for 3 years with RAFTA. And so finally, we decided to ask RAFTA to look into it and look at some of the other systems. How do the other systems do it? There are a lot of people, even in this building, who bring their dogs to work. If you walk into BITS, you'll see 5 dogs in there. The dogs greet you at the door. And they all get along fine. So I think we could figure out how to get dogs on buses, and it's not going to be the end of the world. So they're going to look into that, and we'll see what comes of it. And then the board will vote on it, of course. That's it for me from RAFTA.
TPR, did you guys spend all that money yet?
Yeah, the TPR, actually, I'm on a subcommittee on Thursday. We're going, all the members are going to be presenting their priority projects for CDOT's 2040 plan. And so our priorities, and we've discussed this, when I mean we, is myself, Brian Pettit, Dave Peckler from Snowmass, John Kruger from Aspen, and Dave Johnson from RAFTA have discussed how we want to prioritize our projects on this list. And the first priority will be the Snowmass Transit Center. The next priority will be the Buttermilk pedestrian crossing. The third priority will be Aspen Main Street improvements. And the fourth priority will be Brush Creek Park and Ride. So we'll get those onto the list, into the priorities. And so again, that's the plan for 2040.
My acceleration lane at the boat ramp.
Garfield County, so they're going through a similar process, not only with Garfield County, but all the municipalities within Garfield County. And so they've got a whole list that they've got to rearrange. And so they've got a priority that they've got gathered from all the CDOT pre-planning meetings when they came before us.
I keep bringing up that.
So they've, so there's there's a list taller than me in terms of needs and
amount of money shorter
and funding
than
shorter than what's in my wallet. So.
Okay, thank you. CC4CA.
PNC out there.
So, the one thing I want to bring forward with CC4CA right now is a request for members to join an amicus brief and a lawsuit that has been brought by San Miguel County, Boulder County, and City of Boulder against Suncor Energy and Exxon for their climate change impacts and responsibility for the knowledge that they have had over the years of carbon pollution. So the lawsuit's been brought forward. It's gone through various stages of arguments at the court, at the 10th District Court. And so now they're requesting a very narrow amicus brief from members, to which we would support the argument that this jurisdiction belongs in state court under consumer rights protection laws. This is a similar tactic that was taken against tobacco companies and opioid manufacturers, where they were argued under consumer protection at state levels. So I checked in with John Peacock and John Ely about signing on our behalf, and was advised that it's consistent with our support for our climate change policies and CC4CA's mission, and they had a quick turnaround, so I authorized them and voted in favor of us signing on, or CC4CA, signing on as an amicus. So CC4CA would be signing on as an organization, not Picken County individually.
But we can sign on individually also?
They're not requesting that we do that at this point, and the window is literally tomorrow for the vote and Friday for us to decide, because we have to have the amicus submitted by early January. There's no cost to us. There's additionally no, we are not on the hook in an amicus brief for anything that Boulder County or San Miguel County might be on the hook for in the future for whatever the outcome is. So just
I don't have a
advise
problem
you
with
that.
doing both myself, but doing one from Picken County directly and doing one from CC4CA.
So it's just for CC4CA to join on, and hearing from the rest of the members as to whether the organization will ultimately do that. So I'll report back as to what the outcome of that vote is. So I wanted to let you guys know that. I'll do my updates real quick. George and Steve and I can tag team on CCI, but CCAT, I was on a housing subcommittee phone call recently, and some of the big action there has to do with a request to convene a statewide housing policy board at the state level. The governor's office is not super interested in creating more committees in government, so we're pivoting towards asking for a reformulation of the state housing board, which has been in place since the 70s and is not kind of playing at the level of having these high-level policy conversations about how the $177 million that will be coming forward in the next 3 to 5 years should be allocated. So that's one thing that CCAT's going to be working on. And then we touched in on short-term rentals. The feeling is that this will be the year to kind of tee up possible solutions, and that the angle, any solution that might come forward this year would be through the business licensing, which Julie McCluskey has offered to run and sponsor. But a broader conversation on short-term rentals will likely not manifest in legislation this year.
I never pulled up to see if Northwest COG has that link. I'll do that.
And then CCI, the three of us went to the conference.
So at CCI, I mean, one of my big conversations was with Julie McCluskey about our business license bill, which is a CCI priority bill this year. And she had actually already picked 5 bills that were going to be her 5, and she withdrew one of them and put our business licensing bill in as one of her 5. She's been working with Eric Bergman on the wording of it, using our white paper that we had put together with the reasoning behind it. So and she's excited to be carrying that. This year, I thought the CCI conference was maybe the best one I'd ever been to, actually, in terms of they really had timely and informational seminars on a variety of different things. And I thought, a lot of the hard feelings that have happened in the past have kind of gone by the wayside now. La Plata County has rejoined because they're in better financial shape now. They had withdrawn from CCI. Yeah, don't really have anything else on that.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add, I can't remember if I mentioned this at last week's meeting, but one of my takeaways from the conference was the session on short-term rentals. And they brought in a Larimer County commissioner, the Summit County assistant county manager, and someone from Estes Park, a council person from Estes Park, to talk about things that they've done with regards to sort of permitting and trying to get their arms around this issue. And I brought back their code language and resolutions that they implemented to put together a program. So I think it's something we'll need to decide as a board, how we want to prioritize such a conversation, but there are tools that we could look at, and I think even, I still need to wrap our arms around what we're even doing in Pickens County to get to, on this issue, but there's information and opportunities out there. So, and this is an issue that I think what surprised me was just the reach of it. I mean, it was from, obviously Summit County, Pickens County to Custer County, having concerns and issues with this too.
If I could, the RWAPA board meeting, the next board meeting is actually Thursday night. I want to say what's happening is we'll be talking about the winter work plan for the director, and just wanted to say that on November 19th, they had an ANS meeting for the public, and they brought in a specialist from the state office who's in charge of ANS to talk about the importance. Turns out that Utah really doesn't Utah charges for ANS inspections of boats leaving Utah. 60% of the boats are Colorado boats. People avoid getting inspected in Utah. They don't want to pay, so they go out after hours and they bring their boats with the aquatic nuisance species on them to Colorado, back to Colorado. And so they're trying to figure this out. It's an issue with Utah as well as Colorado people. Our program's going well. It's probably getting expanded a little bit. There have been some issues with managing it. They're talking about creating more volunteers at Rudai. But it has been working. We interdicted 6 boats this last year that had ANS on them, and that was a big deal. We're the second biggest interdiction in the state, believe it or not. That's it for RWAPA. The other thing I was going to say briefly is we did the hot issues in healthcare. Steve and I attended that, not a membership with CHI, but CHI, Colorado Health Institute, wants to spend more time in the Western Slope and Roaring Fork Valley looking at things like social determinants of health, housing, how we're dealing with the PACT program. Dave Ressler spoke at that conference also, and some other people.
Actually, Dave wasn't there.
Didn't he show up?
No, but I'll talk about that.
You can finish that.
In a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll hand it to you. I know we're in a hurry. Over to you then.
So Dave Ressler was supposed to speak about the Valley Health Alliance. He was over here and the road turned bad and he didn't go over there. So Margaret Tuthill, who is from the Community Care Alliance, was the one who spoke about the Valley Health Alliance, and it's the first time I ever heard of the Community Care Alliance, which apparently is I think it's a sort of a negotiation stage at this point. Having Valley Health Alliance join a larger alliance, and I think it encompasses
It's to bring in small business, isn't it?
more Western Colorado. Is that correct?
Yeah, so CCA covers, I want to say 22 hospitals, maybe it's 22 counties, 54 hospitals on the Western Slope. And so CCA has been working with the accountable care organizations in Western Colorado. We are in negotiations for some of the data pieces that we talked about when we were here, in terms of bringing the claims data together with the medical records data in an arm's length fashion.
Because
Patty,
of HIPAA.
to your point, then that tees up then the conversation that we need to have about being able to do a individual or small group health plan.
Is
through
that what they
Valley
do
Health
over in
Alliance.
Summit County, and they've had some issues? Didn't they
So-
do a broader one over there?
Yeah, so Peak Health Alliance did a similar effort. I think everyone's kind of working in the same direction, starting at different ends. So we started on wellness and sorry, Steve, I kind of took over your
that's
day
okay,
here.
that's okay.
Wellness and working with providers on practice kind of change and compensation. And then going into the insurance, Peak started on the insurance side, and I think we'll have to build the relationships with the docs and changes to the medical system in order for it to be sustainable. So it is a similar process. I'm not familiar with the issues that
I heard some tweaks that needed to be made, and I'm not sure exactly what they are.
yeah, I'm not
It rolled out, and then we went, whoops, yeah.
So,
We've got to be out of here in
one
about
of the best.
3 minutes.
I have
by
to
the way.
tell you this quotation, and it was, I think, Andrew Romanoff spoke. And he said, this is from the Boulder County Sheriff, said, and I quote, "I run the largest mental health facility in my county. It is the jail."
And Joey DeSalvo has said the same.
So,
I thought that was very interesting.
we don't have APSHA on this list, so
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we gotta get those added.
Oh,
Or
on
Board of
your
Health
list of
either. Right.
Appointments?
yeah, so if you're
Okay.
interested to
Oh,
hear.
wait,
Well-
we're gonna do that again?
I'm
It's up to
showing
you guys.
7 minutes.
Oh, okay.
No, but they were in here at 4:30.
Oh.
Well, we were supposed to be out by 4:30 so they could set up. It's on our agenda. Just so you
Give
know.
us the quick APSHA.
Well,
Oh, I thought you meant APTA wasn't on our list of board appointments.
it's not. And one of the more interesting
board reports.
discussions last
Board reports.
last meeting was a request by response to see whether they could have a priority as they're moving from transitional housing into APSHA housing, as long as they qualify for APSHA guidelines. And that was an interesting discussion because once you start prioritizing for one needed group, then you've got how do you address all the other groups, and how do you address someone who's been on a wait list for 2-3 years, and all of a sudden response gets
We're still
1 or
waiting.
2 units. So we didn't make a decision, but we said we would bring it forward to our respective boards, just so you know that was a discussion from response. I suggested response come into both boards and make a presentation just so everyone's aware of their needs. But we were concerned about allocating units each year as a priority for response victims. So that was an interesting conversation.
Yeah, that's an important conversation. Bring up good points. That's it?
Real quick, is APSHA on our board? Is it on? I only have one page of our board appointments.
No, it's
It's not.
it's not, because that
We're
was the
gonna pack it up,
resolution you did
grassroots.
last year, and
Okay.
the change happened after those appointments were made. So neither the Board of Health nor APSHA is on
But
those.
they'll both be on here.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, is that it? We're done. We're clearing out. Thank you, grassroots.
You were talking about on there. Board of Health.
Make sure it was legit.